And welcome everyone to the third week of the Runeterra Academy Legends of Runeterra weekly tournament. My name is Domcast. I'm joined by the one and only TDS to bring you the coverage tonight. How are you feeling, TDS?
Excited. First tournament on Runeterra for Legends of Runeterra. I'm much more of a League of Legends person, so this is going to be an interesting experience. Hopefully, I can bring good insight to the game. I'm still new, but I think I've been able to learn enough to be able to showcase with you guys. So I'm really excited to see what this tournament ends up being.
Yeah, speaking of learning a lot, there's been so much that came out with the recent expansion beyond the Bandlewood. So much new stuff that I've obviously gone on record in previous broadcasts of saying that I majorly hate. A lot of the cards I think are very overtuned, but beyond that, there's a lot of new stuff that's come into the game. A lot of things that people are having to adapt to. So everyone's kind of learning the game right now as well. A lot of things have basically changed for a lot of cards with the introduction of Bandlewood. I mean, I thought Shurima changed a lot, but with this, there's just so much stuff, and we've already seen in the last 2 weeks a lot of people have picked up the Bandlewood. They love running some of these new cards. It adds a lot of variety to, well, I don't think it adds a lot of variety because there's all the people are running Vandalwood, but otherwise, forgotten decks are coming back with a vengeance with some of these new Vandalwood cards.
Yeah, I think that the good thing that this kind of new expansions, right? First of all, for me, a new player, like it doesn't affect me that much because I already didn't know anything, so I'm kind of still in the entrance process, and it kind of doesn't affect me that much as older players like yourself. But I do think that the potential from new cards and new expansions that may work, even though they may seem like they take variety away to a certain degree, it also provides the opportunity, like you're saying, for forgotten decks or decks that people never thought of to just come out
Hmm.
of nowhere, and that I think provides to the variety, like you're saying, of new exciting things that we may end up seeing.
Yeah, I mean, just earlier today, I was talking to Hirsch, the director of the league, asking if anyone was running Curious Shellfolk because I've seen that deck a lot in solo queue, and I've been trolled by it a couple times. It's a very curious interaction where the Curious Shellfolk, whenever you pick a card out of like a choice of three, like a prediction, otherwise it creates a copy of that card in your hand. So when you combine that with something like Prank, where you're choosing cards from the other person's hand, it just adds a lot more variety to your hand, a lot
Yeah.
more options to your play. But we'll have to see tonight. For the first game, we have uh
Artemis
Chill
against Chill
Space.
Space. Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't think either of them are running any curious shell folk, but they do have some interesting decks. We have Chill Space running two somewhat old decks. Both of them came out with the last expansion, the Empire has Ascended, with Talia, Lysandra, a very landmark focused deck, as well as Akshan Sivir, the Warlords deck that came out
Yeah.
not too long ago. And we've seen a lot of Warlords. Warlord's been very, very popular. It's very straightforward in its win condition. It's I'm gonna summon Akshan, eventually I'm gonna summon Sivir, and all of my units are just gonna be unstoppable forces on the battlefield. Um, the Lysandra Talia deck is just sort of just like a stall out, like wait for late game deck, which honestly I didn't really think it was that strong in the beginning of the season, back when it was technically at its peak, but still a force to be reckoned with as we get into this first game. And looking at Artemis's decks, he is running a dragon deck, which seems
Yeah.
to have
I'm
been
really
let
happy with
through.
this. I really like. I'm a hyper of the dragons in Legends of Runeterra, so I'm happy seeing this deck. And on the
Hmm.
other side, it seems Chillpace is running it is Jarvan Shen deck, if I'm not wrong. So I am kind of interested in seeing if Artemis will be able to get his full value out of the dragons with getting the extra damage and all that, or if Chillspace will be able to get much more value out of utilizing the Jarvan 4, which I think it should be the central piece around this deck, right?
Yeah, the J4 deck is very, very interesting as far as the deck overall wants to play. J4 is just sort of like thrown in there as like a extra aggression on that turn that he can drop, which is turn 5 right now with the Greenglade Lookout coming out. But it's really curious because the rest of the deck functions as Shen Fiora would have, which is just protecting cards while they, in Fiora's case, win the game killing 4 units, or just stalling out for J4 to come out in this play in this situation. But the one thing that I think is a drawback to this deck is J4 doesn't really bring a lot of like the win condition to this deck. He's just sort of another unit that buffs up other units, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Which I think that for a deck like this that requires you to kill a lot of units and things like that, I do think that J4 may fall just a little bit short, like you're saying. So even though it seems like it seems to be a strong card that you can play around, it's not. It may not work as a central piece in that regard.
Hmm. And the one issue with J4, especially into a deck like Dragons that Artemis is running, is that J4 comes out pretty late.
Yeah.
Dragons notoriously are high cost, high power cards. Excuse me, that when they're out, they just keep generating value with their Fury passive. But J4 comes out on turn 5. That's when I think 9 out of like the 12 or 15 total dragons in the game can be played. So definitely on a timer for Artem or for Chill Space, excuse me. But Artemis, looking at his hand, he hasn't been able to draw any of those low cost dragons that
Yeah.
we mentioned. He has the Shyvana that he pulled this turn, but he definitely has to look out because J4 is going to come out on that next attack and it's going to challenge Shyvana because she is the weakest card.
Yeah, and like you're saying, the fact that for Artemis it was much more going to be betting on getting the lower cost dragon so that he can begin stacking that extra oomph in his attack so that he may force the J4 and even then the J4 may not be able to respond. But the fact that he draws so many high cost dragon cards, it's so now not devastating but kind of anti to against what Artemis may want to do because now the Shivana is the lone dragon here and she is a much easier target to go against with a J4 if it ends up coming through than any other dragon.
Yeah, it's just going to be very interesting to see how Artemis wants to play this. Looking at the deck hand, it doesn't look like he actually has any dragons that besides the two eclipses in his hand and three more screeching dragons in his deck somewhere. But he has to watch out because there is the excuse me the the Aegis and the sharp sight in Chillspace's hand. Chillspace easily could have gone for a rally into at least a 6 damage Fleet Feather tracker, challenging the Fiora and killing it last turn while Artemis was out of mana, and that potentially would have been game ending. It's gonna be really difficult for Artemis to try and build up his board, which is the end goal is just having a board full of dragons to attack with. When he doesn't have the Shyvana, when he has to start playing, a 7 cost Eclipse Dragon, wait another turn, play another Eclipse Dragon,
Oof.
wait 2 turns and play an A-Soul, all while having to defend against what is about to be a 4 wide board of attackers from Chill Space with this J4 that should be coming out on this attack.
Yeah, I think Chill Space thinking of going for the attack, but well, one thing that you mentioned was in the previous turn. I think that Chill Space respecting a lot the potential from Artemis from having something else, and I think that that lost opportunity now using the J4 and going for the attack on the Shivan. I think that this comes a little bit at turn late, maybe, but it's still going to be a lot of damage and a lot of potential damage that Artemis may not be able to recover from.
Uh-huh. And now we see that our Chill Space is trying to go for the support onto J4, but unfortunately, since the interaction is when an ally gains barrier, it gains 3 damage. And since J4 already has barrier, it does not, excuse me, it does not gain that extra damage. And now we see the judgment coming out from Artemis, which is going to clear at least the young witch and the fleet feather tracker. He's thinking about it, he's pulling it back. It will not be able to save the Shyvana from J4. It will allow her to level up before she dies, but he will have to deal with the Shen and the J4 still being alive.
Yeah. The thing is that with this, like you're saying, if he gets a level up and he's able to at least provide enough clearance so that he can survive another turn, this may be valuable enough. And I think that he's going to commit for the play. Yeah, he ends up committing for it.
Mm-hmm. And I think if there was a different play, it probably would have been the Shen protecting the young witch, and then giving that bonus to the fleet feather, because then the young witch would have been protected from this judgment and had some extra damage to go onto the nexus with the elusive, which doesn't really matter. There's nothing to block it, but still that
Yeah.
extra damage would have been nice, and saving the fleet feather for next turn would be useful. And now we see the sharp sight coming out from Chill Space, making sure that his J4 can survive through the round instead of trading out with the Shyvana after this judgment goes through and we should be seeing both players just letting this go. There's nothing else that can
Yeah.
really be played.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Chillspace would have wanted to just give away the Jarvan, not that much, because it's not a unit that it's worse that you lose. Yeah, it's bad to a certain degree, but it's not the worst of situations. But he does a good job protecting it, and now with the level up, it may become much more impactful later on.
So I'm confused why J4 survived or not survived, leveled up there. But maybe it's just an interesting interaction. But here we see both players basically back to zero. Shen still out, still leveled up, going to be able to make that Fleet Feather pretty strong. But the Eclipse Dragon not really doing a lot. When it's a Sunfire, it just reduces the cost of the next dragon played. You kind of want it to be a Nightfall right now, just so that you can have some extra dragons and Celestials in your hand, because you're not really having a lot of useful units right now. You have an
Yeah.
Asol and two more Eclipse Dragons, which really at this point are not going to help you until a couple turns from now.
Yeah, he's trying. I think that Artemis needs to try to, like you're saying, keep the game going for a little bit longer because right now it's not going to be the more ideal situation. I think that at least he does have the potential to be able to get the lesser cost on the dragons, which makes it
Hmm.
not that bad. But it's not a situation where Artemis should look forward to be in. Ooh, the next attack.
Yeah, this attack is going to be doing. I can't tell the exact number. It looks like an 8.
Take yeah, I think it is pretty much game. I don't think there's answers. There's no answers from Artemis that he can
Well,
block here.
there is the two single combats in Artemis's hand as well as the silence, so it will be able to take down at least some of the damage from, excuse me, from the scattered pod. Whether the single combat onto the scattered pod is the right choice, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I would want to try and clear this Shen off of the board because the Shen is going to keep providing a ton of value, and the Stand United coming out from Chill Space is just going to make it even more safe. And now that damage is right back
Ooh,
up on the scattered pod. So realistically, there is no more answer. He can single combat again, but that'll leave him at 2 health, and Chill Space still has the Aegis. He still has a rally to go forward with this.
yeah,
And yeah, Artemis is just gonna let
yeah.
this go through.
Yeah, the problem is that even if that attack didn't end the game in that point, I think that there was still no chance for the next turn to be able to
Hmm.
take the full front of the attack. So it was a really dire situation for Artemis. I think that the fact that he didn't get enough low costs at the start really ended up hurting him at
Hmm.
the later stages. And then the Shivana, like you're saying, ended up being one of the trades with the Jarvan. I think that ended up being one of the last nails in the coffin for Artemis.
Yeah, I mean, dragons are strong. I love running dragon decks. It's just like there's so many cards in that dragon deck that are essentially useless if you don't have anything to follow it up with. Like the egghead researcher is nice to create dragons. It's only useful if you pull it. When you
Yeah,
pull 3 eclipse dragons, 2 Asols, 1 Shyvana, and a bunch of single combats, you're not really helping yourself, which unfortunately is just the way it goes for the game in general. Like Runeterra is RNG based. If you can't pull the right cards, you are just going to lose. But first win going over to Chill Space with his J4 Shen deck. I'm curious to see what deck is going to coming out next. Whether it's going to be the Lissandra Talia or
both have
uh the Akshan Sivir.
yeah, both
And
have action receivers, so
Mhm.
any of the two may end up pulling it out. I do think that the Fizz Poppy deck that Artemis has could be an interesting deck that we may end up seeing, but there's potential with any of the decks that are remaining from both of these players.
Yeah, I think just looking at it from like a perspective of what deck would they ban, the the Warlords is a terrible deck to have to play against just because of how strong Sivir is with Spell Shield.
Yeah,
But the Fizz Poppy deck with Noxus is just so threatening that it might not be something that you just want to play against in general. It is a Bandle Tree deck. It's not going to be like a necessarily as aggro deck as a normal Bandlewood Noxus deck would be, but I mean still, it's just there's so much variance in that deck. Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to win through it? And unfortunately, if If Chill Space has to run the Lysandra Talia deck, I don't think he wins in time against Bandletree.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions as well, right? It's not only the fact that the potential from the deck of being able to destroy you, but it's also, do you have the right answers for it? And
Hmm.
realistically, I think Chillspace has interesting decks, but not fast enough decks to be able to clear kind of this kind of decks that Artemis is running. So it would be
Hmm.
kind of worrisome if he ends up going against one of the two. I do think that at least already with this he has a nice cushion to fall on in case something bad goes in the second game, winning this one like he did. But I think that Artemis has a really good chance in the next game with whatever the two decks he ends up going. Which
It
okay,
appears we're
it
gonna
seems to
get
be
the run back on
yeah.
the dragons from Artemis, and it will be the
Against
warlords
Silver Action. Ooh.
from Chill Space. So I
Yeah,
yeah, so I think this is the right move from Chill Space banning out the or excuse me, from Artemis banning out the Bandle Tree, just because there's not a lot of enjoyment playing against a card where eventually you just win the game. Same problem with the Star Spring, but I don't know if your Dragon deck beats Sivir Action, especially when Sivir's already come out. We're already on turn 6. Oh my god. They
yeah.
speed ran this first half of the game here.
It really feels it went by really fast, and I think that it's going to end up being one of those contests of who can outpower the other one. I think that Dragons has the potential, but it's just like you're saying, Warlords just feels really strong at the moment.
Hmm. And the Aegis coming out from Chill Space is just such a good move, giving Sivir a barrier, and then following it up with the Merciless Hunter, just bundling up that Screeching Dragon is another gift for Renekton. Really, not much can be done about for like this move from Chill Space, except for the silence that Artemis has in hand, which he didn't go for.
I think that it's better to say that because this is not. I don't think that it's a game-ending play, and I think that the silence may come in more handy when he has one of the better dragons. So I think that what Artemis did here is not that bad, especially based on what happened last game. The
Hmm.
it ended up costing him the way that he waited so long for one of those turns. I think that waiting for a much more crucial moment may be much more valuable for Artemis.
Uh-huh. I think that's probably the best move. He is able to play the excuse me, not screeching, the Eclipse Dragon right now, which honestly is probably the best choice. From our perspective, we know that Chill Space has nothing that can create
Yeah.
or make Sivir stronger right now. So the Eclipse Dragon threatens that Sivir as long as it's on the board. But I'm curious to see what Chill Space does now. Is he going to attack just with his normal cards with like not Sivir in action, or is he just going to pass altogether?
I think, and it seems like I think the both will just let the yeah. Oh wait, he ended up going for the attack. I was thinking he's going to just pass and be and allow for a better attack later on, but forcing here, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't going to be lethal anyway, but it's still a nice attempt on attack and an attack from chill space.
Yeah, I think
Oh, he ended up
like if
passing.
yeah, I think if Chillspace does anything, I think he attacks um with the hunter and the wow. I was gonna say if you attack his Chillspace, I feel like you attack with the Vicarin and the Action just so you can like progress the Warlord's Palace.
Yeah.
Attacking with the Sivir here and losing it to the Eclipse is definitely not the right move, I think, because Sivir is really the way you win the game is spreading the buffs to all the other characters or all the other units on the board. But right now she's just gonna go down to the Eclipse Dragon.
So no, it's a part also buffing the potential from this Cliffs Dragon, but like you're saying, I think that sacrificing the Seaver, even though you may threaten to get one later on, it's still not that much of a nice bet. I think, like you're saying, just because you get a lot of value either way in a later turn by having that Seaver there. So sacrificing it like this kind of counterintuitive to a certain degree.
Yeah, and we saw the Lucky Fawn come out giving Action a spell shield, which is pretty useful, but there's still a huge worry, I think, if you're Chill Space, because every turn that this goes longer, there's a chance of like a really strong card coming out. Because every dragon is a strong card,
Yeah.
but there was no Sivir to replace the one that he lost, while there was an Action to replace the one that he lost.
Yeah.
which is just my main issue with sacrificing the Sivir there. Because you could just as easily attack with Sivir eventually the next time with.
Yeah, like the main thing is that he lost the Sivir without actually needing to because he had he
Hmm.
it's not crucial to attack in this turn with the Sivir, so
Hmm.
it kind of loses a little bit of its value.
Yeah, it's really interesting that he went for that because now with the Asol out, there's I think he has one more turn to attack before the Asol just starts creating free Celestials, and one of the cards that he has in hand is the Scourge. So in 2 turns on his next attack, Artemis is going to be able to give all of his cards Overwhelm, which is going to spell the end of the game.
Yeah.
Really for anyone, there's not really much you can do as Chill Space to counter that. The only thing you can do is to gift for Renekton the Asol and um try and challenge and kill the Asol before it
Yeah.
can
So
level up. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's a oh the nice another drop from zero. That is lucky to a certain degree. But like you're saying, the fact that the Ace already being out also allows for the potential overpower from the dragons, and that's the thing about having the dragons is the potential to just outpower the enemy, no matter how strong his hand may be. And that's the thing that Artemis is betting on right now, and I think that he may be able to just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Artemis, you're not really too worried. The only thing that you're worried about is like that merciless hunter that's just waiting in Chill Space's hand to come out, because that would be like a way you lose your ace or your Acel. But why he's blocking Sivir, I'm not really too
Yeah,
sure.
no.
I feel like you block something that's lower cost and save your Acel. You don't die here as long as you block one thing. The silence is not really going to do anything unless he's going to go for, yeah, I guess a
Oh,
judgment.
nice.
But this is just so risky. There's so many cards. There's Rite of Negation that could cancel this. There's another spell shield coming out potentially.
Yeah, the what I'm surprised with is that he's willing to sacrifice so much mana instead of actually utilizing it for empowering his next attack, much more so than weakening the potential attack from chill space, which may look good, but I don't think that it's completely necessary, especially at this point.
Hmm. And I I think he's just kind of concerned about like leaving stuff on board. Uh, this judgment play would have been correct because he would be able to or 15. He'd be able to be 15 damage, and if the Eclipse Dragon had survived, he would only have had to play one other card to level up. But Eclipse Dragon's gone, so he has to start over. But he does have 10 mana, so all he needs to do is play the Scourge and then have his units survive for 1 round.
Yeah, it's essentially a, a one turn, one win, pretty much. One more
Hmm.
turn, one potential win immediately. But that's also why I think like even though the last play like you're saying it's not that bad, especially if the dragon survives. But I think that there was a safer bet after this because
Hmm.
it wasn't completely necessary at the end to just go for the for that kind of play.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Chill Space is like doing well is that he's you know burning a lot of mana from Artemis, burning the mana and the resources in that judgment because the attack delayed Artemis's auto win because it would have been
Yep.
this turn that Artemis would have leveled up the Asol and been able to play the Scourge for free. But now he has to wait until at least after this turn to play to level up at least. But Chill Space pulling an Aegis and being able to attack again is going to be just another really feels bad moment because I mean he's just been able to pull everything right now. Chill Space out of this his Warlord's hand.
Yeah, he's being able to not cover weaknesses, but to stop any full front assault from the side of Artemis, and certainly doing a nice job. At nice skill on there from the side of Artemis to just delay whatever potential chill space could have in his hand. And I don't think
Hmm.
chill space will have enough answers after this.
Um, I think Chill Space can get away with a fair amount. I mean, he's running out of cards like you mentioned, but As long as he can do something to create or to clear this ASL, he should be okay. Now that's obviously easier said than done, but
Yeah.
um, without and I'm gonna change my mind because without a card to make something stronger in your hand, there's nothing that will clear this ASL. Um, and with this ruined crown or excuse me, why did I say crown guard? Ruined dragon's guard. There's nothing that's really gonna be able to do anything. The ASL is just going to live and get stronger.
Yeah, they just feel like like impending doom slowly but surely.
hmm Now, the one upside that Chillspace has is that the Sivir has barrier, so she can freely challenge the ASL and make sure that all of her units keep quick attack throughout the attack, like the whole attack. Um, I don't think the right idea is to challenge ASL with the the charger because he will gain stuff back with the crown guard and his fury in general. But oh wait, I forgot the barrier. Excuse me. No.
Yeah, the extra barrier seems like it's to stop a little bit attack. He ends up sacrificing the ring dragon, which I think that it's better to just to instead of sacrificing the potential of the ASO. I don't think that he was in lethal in any way in that turn, so maybe the block wasn't fully necessary, but this one,
Yeah, this one is going to clear the ASL and threaten lethal. Um, Granted, Artemis does have that Herald of Dragons to block at least some of the damage, but Chillspace has really turned this game around and being able to
yeah,
effectively clear the board. He's been able to draw really well, pulling that Aegis, getting the rally off, and now Artemis just has to start back up from zero, which really, really hurts. But he should be able to play at least two of the cards this turn. And now with that Screeching Dragon out, he will be able to threaten the Sivir, which is really the backbone of Chillspace's ability to board clear Artemis. But I think he has to play. I think he plays the Scourge this turn just so he can start getting uh the overwhelm off.
yeah. I think yeah, like you're saying, he gets scorched out. Without the now the potential cards from the hand of Chill Space, it's going to be much more trickier to try and clear. Like they did a really great job previously to make it as late as possible, but yeah, they didn't. It wasn't enough to clear an Artemis, so I just feel like it's now it
Mhm.
does feel like it's the end,
I mean, it
or at
is
least
the
close to
end
it.
just because Chillspace has no more cards.
Yeah,
Artemis was able to play it out. Artemis was able to survive, which was the main thing. And honestly, it probably should have been Chillspace's game with how well that Chillspace drew. But unfortunately, Artemis was able to invoke the Scourge with his Asol drop, and the Scourge is just going to be the game ender because of how strong of a card it is in general. And yeah, there it is, -1
yeah,
damage, almost perfect lethal, just a little bit extra to make sure. But Artemis able to equal this game out or the series out, excuse me. And now we will be seeing the Warlords versus the other deck from Artemis that was not banned.
yeah, the decider here. And credit to Chillspace, I think that he did a really nice job, especially with how long it ended up going. I feel like with the length of how it take, dragons usually, like you were saying before the game started, it's better for the dragons the longer the game goes on because they
Mhm,
become much stronger than they initially are. But Chillspace did a really nice job in not only buying enough time but also clearing the board enough so that it
mhm,
was harder for Artemis to be able to win. But even with all of that, when he was out of cards at the hand, it was just it felt like doom impending at that moment,
mhm.
and Artemis realized that, and Chillspace as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chill Space did really, really well. He pulled all of the cards he needed to
Yep.
survive that long, but unfortunately, it was just not enough. The Scourge eventually coming out after just barely being able to get enough board clear down on onto Artemis, but here we are into the final game. We have a it looks like a Warlords mirror match.
Damn, so it's interesting seeing that. I wasn't sure if we were going to see the mirror, the seeing the zero action against zero action, but now we're going to actually see who. This probably sounds kind of bad, but who the better player is, because with same decks, it pretty much just it's decided by who can play it out better.
hmm I mean, there's that aspect, but a lot of it might just be RNG. We've seen a lot of Warlords mirror matchups last week, and it really just came down to who could pull out the Action and the Sivir, because that means you just have the threat on the other team, because Action will clear the other Action and Sivir will clear the other Sivir as long as you pull the Merciless Hunters. But it looks like the Merciless Hunters are in the favor of Chill Space. He's pulled 2 so far, so he should be able to get a pretty simple clear, uh, or build up into a strong Sivir with easy clear.
Yeah, I may be a little bit too much influenced by by normal League of Legends, so it's certainly much more RNG based in these kind of games. But I do think that even though Chill Space has a favor, I think that Artemis has pulled a really nice hand, and having the action out already may be favorable for him later on.
Mm-hmm. Now, the one thing Artemis needs to do is be careful, because Artemis should be able to tell that Chillspace has Riposte in his deck, given that they know each other's deck lists.
Yeah,
But Artemis doesn't know that he has it in his hand, which Chillspace does, and so he's going to be smart. He's not going to attack with the Action, not going to risk not being able to survive this attack. And it looks like we will just be trading out other allies, the Bright Steel Protector and the Vagabond.
yeah. It feels like they are understanding of the potential threat of each other, but
Mm-hmm.
one of the main advantages that truly may just uh throw the balance off a little bit. It's the we were talking about the actions being already involved. Like you also said, the Sivir and the potential Sivir from Chill Space may come in much earlier than Artemis,
Mm-hmm.
and there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's the Sivir coming out, which realistically I think is the right move. The only downside is that you have to sacrifice the Fleet Feather Tracker to challenge this action, because it has the barrier. You can't really risk sending the Sivir out there not being able to clear the action, or the action not being able to clear the other action. Um so yeah, we're going to see the Fleet Feather likely be sacrificed in the end of for this turn. But Sandstone Chargers coming out is very curious. For Chill Space, it makes sense to be able to try and get damage down on the board, but for Artemis, I'm not too sure what he has planned. I mean, Artemis could just as easily, or Chill Space could just as easily challenge the Action with his Fleet Feather Tracker and then attack with the Sivir, and anything would be just dead, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, even as a blocker, it just feels like kind of forced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not that actually useful, but it seems like not going to attack with neither the action nor the Sivir, just pretty much clearing with
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of the card, sorry, with a Fleet Fair Tracker.
Yeah, I think this has just been a very confusing turn for me. I mean, the playing the charger from Chill Space makes sense. It's your turn to attack. Playing the the charger from Artemis doesn't make sense, because Chill Space could just as easily get around that, or like Chill Space also should have attacked with everything. Like after you challenge whatever. I mean, I don't know. This is just confusing.
It
I'm
felt
not
pretty
gonna be able to.
conservative, right?
Yeah,
Like
I don't like, not even conservative. Just was like, why? Like you're spending all of this to get a big attack off, but then you're not gonna do the attack correctly. Is like, what's the point? Like, is my take on it. But we see the Sivir coming out with the Warlord's Horde. Sivir should be dropped this turn. Like that's it. Like you just drop Sivir this turn. There's realistically nothing that Chill Space can do to stop you, besides the riposte that's still in his hand, which unfortunately you're just going to have to deal with eventually. Chill Space being very careful to not lose or go below 4 mana. Excuse me. Um, I don't know if this is the right move to attack with Action still, because the riposte still exists. I mean, you've threatened the Sivir, and the riposte should go onto the Sivir, but you just never know. Like, maybe Chillspace just doesn't care. Maybe Chillspace has another Sivir in his hand, and he's gonna block with Action and riposte Action to clear your Action.
yeah, the play comes through to if he wants to save the action, right? Which he seems to be going for that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it makes sense to want to save both of your champions, but you're gonna lose one this turn. Like, it doesn't matter if you like lose it to a block, if you lose it to a single combat. Like, it's just you should be more careful about what you choose to save, I think. Sivir obviously the correct choice though, because Sivir is really actually how you win with this deck.
Yeah, I do think that the idea to go for to say the Seaver there is pretty much what a chill space needed to do, and I think that realistically he has enough potential to be able to deal good enough damage so that even if he takes another bite trade later on, it's not going to be that bad for him. But one of the worries is that Artemis is stacking a lot of potential power in his hand. One thing that chill space is not having currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to have if you're Artemis. The only bad thing is that you don't have Sivir on the board yet. You want to be able
Yeah.
to get Sivir out. You want to be able to give Sivir another keyword, usually Overwhelm, to like guarantee these one turn KOs. Um, but Chill Space pulling a lot out of his deck here, getting a lot of useful cards out on the board. Um, I'm curious what comes next. I feel like if you're Chill Space, you want to play the the Marauder, but you also need to wait for the Sivir to come out. And I don't think the Sivir is going to come out this turn just because of fear of like a Marauder or something to try and clear the Action or the Sivir that you would eventually drop. Excuse me.
Yeah. But he has been I think that he has been careful enough in the right ways. I think that at least Chill Space, we were baffled with how careful he was in some instances, but at least he has been careful in the right ways, much more so than Artemis. I think that Artemis has just been getting risky or badly risky at moments, and it feels like he's kind of putting himself into a wall.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just been like, I think part of it is like he was over compensating like with the Charger play on defense, and then like underprotective in some other places, and it's it's unfortunate, but here we see the third and final action I think from Artemis coming down, but it's going to be immediately vulnerable by that Merciless Hunter. And now that it's finally Artemis's turn to attack, he has 8 mana to get units on the board. Mm, excuse me. I'm curious to know how close Sivir is to leveling up because this could be a very useful turn for Artemis.
Yeah, it may end up being even do or die to a certain degree. The fact that the Silver may come has being delayed so long, it's kind of surprising to me with how valuable it is to have it on. But yeah, it's going to be this turn that may decide what Artemis ends up happening with him, especially if the attack or the value from the Silver is not
Mm-hmm.
successful enough.
So he went for the the part of the horde that gives you 2/2 and spell shield. I feel like you should have played Sivir and then resurrected another Sivir.
Yeah, to have the extra.
Yeah, just have another Sivir, have extra damage out on the board. But yeah, Artemis is gonna pull back that attack and summon some more units, which is definitely the right move here. Gonna be able to do really actually a lot if he goes for this Sandstone Charger, which I think is their correct play, getting another unit out. But he's instead just going to go for the normal attack here, save that Sandstone Charger. And if Sivir doesn't level up before the Fleet Footer Tracker attacks, then I don't know what I'm doing because I am terrible at math apparently.
Because I've been playing the game wrongly, it seems.
Yeah.
But I do like this much more conservative attack from Artemis because I think that it opens him up for a later attack that may end up winning him. Like for example, not using the charger like you're saying. I think that it's probably better this time around, getting the much more conservative way, forcing out some of the damage onto chill space, and then getting a better trade later on. It's probably much more valuable for Artemis at this point.
hmm That's very likely. Saving that unit because in the worst case scenario, if you know like excuse me if you didn't have your Fleet Feather Tracker survive, if you didn't have another unit out on the board, you would definitely be in trouble.
But this
Or
action,
sorry, go.
no, I was going to say now the action getting threatened. This is the last action, right? So yeah,
This
forced
is the
to
last
try and
action.
protect it.
This is the last action. But I also think that blocking with Sivir is also not the right move because whether the sharp sight was
Ooh.
in hand or not, there's nothing you can do now. You're now wasting a shaped stone, which would help your lethal next turn. Like The Shapestone literally would put you at lethal next turn.
Yeah, isn't that yeah, like, and that's kind of a thing that we have seen in the games. It's like going for certain attacks that even though are not bad, may be much more stronger next turn, but the
Hmm.
deck ends up being kind of useful for the zero and the action. They're still strong, and now it's just 1-0 left on the side of Chill Space and one card left at that.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter because with the Fleet Feather Tracker, Artemis should just open attack,
Yeah,
challenge the Sivir as the last card in the stack, and basically just take this win. So yeah,
and he
Artemis
did.
gonna pull this one from behind
Nice
and
done.
get the reverse sweep.
Yeah, at the end, forcing going with a, I think, not a conservative approach, but a much more, it's that it's not a direct approach, because a direct approach would be the much more conventional way of playing, but he went with a, like, kind of playing zigzag to a
He went
certain
with a
degree.
approach.
Yeah, he went with that approach. I think that it was kind of zigzagging around certain things, utilizing, I think,
Mhm,
effectively the action. Even though he went until his last action, I think he used the action aggressively, and with the
mhm,
last action, he was able to force a much better attack later on. I think that also forcing the
mhm.
cards out, because at one point, we I think we mentioned this. There was a point where his hand was much stronger in terms of potential power that he had for an attack, and make weakening the potential power or defense from chill space, which I think also helped in making the attack at the end better.
I think you bring up a great point. Like the Sivir Action deck, Action isn't really like your win condition. He's more of just like a buff Sivir up because Sivir is how you know eventually win the game, which is making all your units just like crazy strong. And Artemis able to pull it out in the end, able to play the cards correctly, able to get to the point where he can just one shot the person's nexus. Basically, he did 18 damage I think in that turn. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
think it was.
Artemis able to take the series overall 3-1 over Chill Space, getting an interesting win in that last last matchup. But overall, moving on in tonight's bracket. Any last words on this matchup, TDS?
First, I like seeing the Dragon's deck. I really like the Dragon's deck and the potential
Mhm,
stacking that it does with the damage. So it's going to be fun. And also, but I think that to a certain degree, it's pretty similar to the Silver Action deck as well. So there's a lot of potential damage that you can do. Even if you take away one of those two, I think that the other may just compensate for what you're losing with one of those decks. So it's going to be fun seeing how it ends up being or yeah, countered in the later stages of the
mhm.
bracket.
All right. Well, with that, we will be taking a short break before we move on to the next stage of the bracket. Stick right there, and we'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. Ahead of schedule for round two. My name's Domcast. I'm here with TDS. Are you ready for this next matchup?
Yeah, after the first one, it was kind of chaotic, but certainly already for this match between. I think we had a discussion or a conversation about his name, Kyron the Mage, and Snuggles. It's going to be really fun to see, especially with the decks that they have. I'm really interested in one of the decks that I think it's Kyron that has it. It's a Zoe leasing deck. Seems like it can be really bothersome to play against. Not gonna lie.
So, luckily for you, they both are running the Zoe Lee Sin deck, the
Yeah,
super kick. Uh, Difference though between the two decks. One of them is running two scattered pods, while Chiron is running two scattered pods in his deck, while Chiron foregoing the two scattered pods, bringing just a single tasty Fey Folk and an extra recall, I think. But either way, both decks extremely similar. They're gonna play exactly the same.
yeah, maybe I think that maybe we have a situation like in the first match that we've had that it's just the mirror decks we just get them banned and in the first round and they probably played it when they are down one or something like that. But it's still going to be interesting. I like when we get these instances when there's the mirror decks because it's fun seeing how each of the players adapt throughout the way that they have to get the hands and the drafts. It's going
hmm
to be really fun,
Yeah,
at least for us.
both of those decks going up against each other are going to be really interesting. It really will come down to who's able to level up their Zoe or their Lee Sin first. Um because it's a deck with just so few units in it. They
Yeah,
play literally exactly the same, like they're both going for the same goal, and it's very much a deck that doesn't interact with the other person like per se a Noxen poke deck interact with the other person. Both of these decks are all about focusing on your own units, stalling out to that Lee Sin, and being able to get hopefully a one shot, if not clearing out the threat and then winning on the turn after that. But we will be able to also see your favorite dragon deck coming out from Snuggles, as well
yeah.
as Chiron running a very unique darkness deck.
Yeah, one that I don't have much insight on. It's not one that I think I've seen that much, but it's interesting seeing the potential interactions between the with the darkness of the Vagar and then the potential interaction with the Senna. It probably has a lot of value if you're able to play correctly, but I think that it's pretty determining how you need to play it. If a couple of things fall in the wrong direction, it may just be completely doomed without you actually being able to achieve anything.
Yeah, the Darkness deck is really interesting. Vagar is sort of just like the hyper scaling champion that he is in League of Legends. Does the same thing in Runeterra where like the longer he's out on the board, the stronger your darkness becomes. And
Yeah.
then once he levels up is really how he wins the game, which is allowing you to target Nexus with that darkness. Senna is basically there to make sure that you have darkness to spend and you can spend or you can use your darkness as a fast spell. Everything else sort of just revolves around making sure you have darkness in hand, making sure your darkness gets stronger, making sure your darkness gets cheaper, all that kind of fun stuff. As we get into game one, and it looks like we will be seeing the super kick mirror matchup: Zoe Lee Sin versus Zoe Lee Sin, and Snuggles getting rid of I think one of his like 6 units. Very interesting mulligan there.
Yeah, I'm like you're saying, kind of surprised getting rid of the unit, especially with with how little quantity of units there are apart from the champions. It just feels like you would want to stay to be able to grip one of those as much as you can or as long as you can for them to actually get value. Because if not, it can be a situation like this where there's just spells and it can be hard to just utilize effectively.
So the one good thing that Snuggles did when he mulliganed is he pulled 2 moon weapons, or gifts from beyond, excuse me, that create the moon weapons, which will allow him to pull two of his uh two of his eyes of the dragons and grant them their passive in the same turn. So like we see now the eye of the dragon out on the board, going to summon a dragonling next turn, which will give it lifesteal. But Chiron, luckily enough, pulled two of his eye of the dragons regularly. He won't need to
Yep.
have to use that spell, especially since Snuggles was able to find both of his Nopifies, which would put a real damper in trying to use uh, a gift from the beyond to summon one of these dragonlings.
Yeah, I think that the luckiness in the draw there, right there, when that a nice small attack from the side of Snuggles not going to achieve much, but the Zoe immediately out. I think that I've seen that some people kind of wait a little bit longer on on how they play the Zoe, but immediately out with Chiron. I'm not sure if it's going to be the most ideal of situations, but it's not a card that I think can get targeted right now with anything Snuggles has.
So I mentioned it before we started. There's not really a lot of interaction
Yeah,
in the Zoe Lee Sin deck. You're not really messing with the other player. You're sort of just playing for yourself. So playing the Zoe early is definitely, I think, the smart move for this setup. And we just see what I mentioned earlier as well. The Nopify coming out to block the Crescendum, block you able to create or summon, excuse me, another one of your Dragonlings. So definitely good for Chiron being able to have his both of his out while Snuggles is denied his second.
yeah, getting that potential denial to make Snuggles feels not feel his life worse, but kind of funny how both of these decks you're saying that you kind of don't interact that much, but one of the best ways to bother this to bother the enemy that is playing the mirror is to interact with him and deny him.
That's really the only way you're going to do anything is that denial. And with both Snuggles having his Notifies and Chiron using his already, we might see one Notify come out to block this, but maybe not. Like I mentioned earlier, playing this Zoe early is the smart move. Being able to try and level it up before Lee Sin comes out, because Lee Sin is realistically the only threat to Zoe in either of these decks. And the excuse me, the Moon Glow. Um, sorry, the Moon Glow is definitely a really good way to protect Zoe from almost anything else that can try and clear her from the board.
Which right now doesn't seem like it's going to be one of the main forces. But one of the things that I also think Karen is banking on, even though he doesn't know this 100%, is the fact that neither the Zoe nor the Lee Sin coming through from Snuggle. So if right now, if it just stays like this, like Karen is going to be in a perfectly fine spot. His Zoe will keep on stacking, but there's the Lee Sin that you were talking about. This is
Mm-hmm.
the riskiness for Kyron.
Yeah, so the one thing I would have liked Chiron to do, or see Chiron do last turn, was use that his last gifts from beyond to try and summon another Eye of the Dragon, because he had 6 mana that he was just not going to use otherwise, and now he has a Lee Sin, and he has 3 spell mana, but that's still 2 more spells that he could have used to level up the Lee Sin, and 2 more spells that he could have used to create another, excuse me, Eye of the Dragon. And now we see another Crescendum come out. It's 99% gonna be denied by Snuggles if he goes for the play.
99. I feel like it should be 100%, but yeah, it seems like he would like to go for the play. He ends up going for it,
Oh,
but oh,
Snuggles just lets it through.
okay,
Snuggles just let it
100%.
through.
Yeah, I'm just I don't know that much apparently. Yeah, 100% it didn't happen, and he just allowed for Chiron to do whatever he wants. It seems, even though there was a really nice chance there to deny it.
I'm really interested to know why Chiron decided to not.
He's not afraid of it, maybe.
Well, there's nothing else for you to deny. There's there's quite literally nothing else for you to deny in that deck regularly. We see the Crescent Strike come out from the super cool star chart, but other than that, there's literally nothing you can use the Nopify on. You can't use it on the Dragon Kick from Lee Sin. You can't use it on the Tail of the Dragon. The only other thing you could use it on is the Zenith Blade, but there's no gain from that. The only thing you gain is denying creating another Eye of the Dragon. It's literally one of 5 units in either of their decks.
Yeah, which like the more I try to hear and think about it, the more I feel like it was just the obvious move to make, and allowing for Chiron to just waltz through it and try and keep on doing whatever he wants. Kind of surprising, even though you have the Legion and the Zoe now dropped, like you would like to stop whatever Chiron would like to do. Like it doesn't matter if it's not that high or that high cost or low cost. You still want to stop him from achieving anything.
And we see Chiron make a really good play actually. He see excuse me, he sees the Crescent Strike getting denied, so he goes ahead and silences the Lee Sin, protecting the Zoe at least for this round. And it's going to be very important that he does that, because I think the Zoe is at either 8, 7 or 8. maybe even 9. If it was at 9, he would have spent mana to level it up. But once the Zoe levels up, every card for the rest of the game will have lifesteal, which is an insane thing to think about because there's really it's really not an enjoyable thing to do when every card you have to try and clear has lifesteal and it's just constantly healing up that person's nexus.
It's
Like
essentially
the
a consistent way to get back your health, pretty much.
mm-hmm. And it kind of, especially the one upside for that is that Lee Sin can hypothetically one shot you from 20. But the downside is that you're forcing that other player to try and set up a Lee Sin to deal 20 damage in one turn while you have silences and stuns in your hand.
Yeah, so realistically, it's it's not that it's too cheap. It's achievable, but thinking about it, you shouldn't bet bank on it. And it feels like Snuggles is really trying to get that perfect spot where even if Chiron achieves that with the Zoe and she gets the lifesteal on the rest of the units, it feels like no, Snuggles is banking on just being able to one shot you perfectly.
Yeah, I like that's really the only thing you can do now. Um you didn't notify the like the Eye of the Dragon being summoned. You couldn't really do anything last turn with your first attack as Elise or with Lee Sin out. This turn you're blocking the Zoe from getting stunned, which doesn't really mean anything because you can't block the other person's Zoe. You just trade. You don't even trade out. You just lose yours. But now we see Zoe with the level up. There's really nothing that Snuggles can do to try and just whittle down Chiron. He can literally only go for the one shot with the Lee Sin. Now the upside is Chiron has yet to pull his Lee Sin,
Yeah,
but it's such an uphill battle now for Snuggles.
and that was also what I was kind of thinking. The fact that Kyron still hasn't pulled out his listen, so he's still in a really great spot even without the listen. And when the listen comes through, that's going to be one of the perfect ways for Kyron to win. But that is also kind of the other thing that Snuggles may bank on. It's the fact that the listen is still not out, and that is kind of his other opportunity to be able to win this game.
Yeah, I mean I don't know. I mean the Lee Sin is really how you win the game. The silence coming through onto the Zoe is I think a too little too late. It definitely needed to come out before the Zoe was going to level up this turn. So that you could try and clear her before she actually gives the Nexus every time you summon Grant Keywords to all allies. But the Zoe's already accomplished her job, so now Chiron doesn't really even care if she gets cleared. Um, and now we're going to see here next turn, every unit from Chiron's going to have lifesteal. Oh wait, he didn't play enough spells, I guess, to summon.
I still, yeah, no, I think it's still he. No, but he did it. Get it right. He doesn't have the lifesteal though.
No, he didn't summon. So he needed to have summoned the Dragonlings to spread lifesteal, but he didn't proc the thing to summon the Dragonlings, which you have to play 2 spells in one turn. Which I could have swore he played 2 spells, but we're gonna see Lee Sin go for a challenge here onto one of the leftover Eye of the Dragons, and I would have to imagine that Chiron either stuns or silences Lee Sin this turn. Um, stuns at least silence if he doesn't really want to lose
Lose
another
it.
unit.
But I think that well, I was going to say I'm thinking he was willing to risk one. Like it's wait, he's willing. I think he's going to let it go.
I mean, I feel like if you're Chiron, you can let one go, but
Yeah,
if you're
I think it's not that bad.
I don't know. I mean, it just depends. I'm trying to think like Chiron wants to keep everything he has like available. Like I feel like if you're Chiron, you want to keep all 3 of those out because eventually you're going to lose all of them. And if you
Yeah,
don't do something to save one of them, then you're not going to be able to do anything to save any of them. And the longer you keep them out on the board, the more chance you have of like surviving, stalling out, granting more units the lifesteal that you create every round.
at the end he decided to not go for it. I do agree that if he is willing to sacrifice one, he may also just as well just protect it. It's not that bad of an idea, but maybe he has a plan for a later opportunity where he may be threatened and instead just protect that time.
Mm-hmm. And I think pretty interesting here. The Snuggles had the invoke there. I feel like he probably could have gone for the silence a follower and silenced um one of these or Eye of the Dragons, but maybe Snuggles is just planning on clearing them all out one at a time. But with the Lee Sin here, you have to clear it before the Lee Sin gets lifesteal.
Which is not, which is already too late.
Well, no, he has next turn he'll get lifesteal.
No, but what I mean, I think that there's no going to be. I don't think he's going to be able to clear before the next. What I mean.
Mm-hmm. So somehow Snuggles has been able to level up his Zoe in like 3 turns. Thankfully, he didn't have to deal with the Lee Sin, and he was able to get the level up before the Lee Sin came out. But this is where the game gets tricky because I've played this mirror matchup before, and your Lee Sins have to always challenge each other every attack because whichever Lee Sin gets left on the board is the one that wins. So the
Okay,
stun
yeah,
coming
that
out here
makes
from
sense.
Snuggles is the smart move.
No, he doesn't have. I was he forced attack, but no, he's just going to maybe try and lifesteal a little bit so that he's in non-lethal at this point, at least. But would it be like I'm trying to think if he would be fine to try and go for an attack and maybe lose one of those units, but still get the lifesteal back so that he will be non-lethal.
Um. So what? Wait. So he's going to. I think I lost you there, which is totally my fault. I totally switched out, but
Huh?
the block with the Barry Leeson is I think the right move is going to deny the lifesteal from this Dragonling.
Yeah, and that was kind of what I was trying to say with the fact that Chiron trying to force an attack to just get the lifesteal and not being in lethal in maybe next turn, which I think would be the probably the most ideal. But he denies like you're saying, he denies the potential lifesteal from one of Chiron's attacks, and the other one gets completely denied as well.
So the one thing I don't get from this is he used a recall to save the Zoe. The Zoe's served her purpose. Like the Zoe doesn't need to be on the board anymore unless you really, really want the invokes. But I don't think the invokes are that valuable. You literally just want cards that will make your Lee Sin stronger and potentially allow him to one-shot the enemy. And I don't know. I just don't see the point in saving the Zoe spending all that mana because if for some reason that Chiron's able to protect Lee Sin this round, you want to be able to have that recall to deny the next Lee Sin attack.
Okay, I think that maybe it is just to keep on fortifying a potential better attack later on because of the creation from the soy.
So
Oh,
wait.
I think that
Oh, the
after yeah.
deny. All right. So the deny came out, and Chiron realized he wouldn't be able to do anything to save him. So he will be able to take that first win. Snuggles coming out on top in the mirror matchup. Um, sorry, I got kind of lost there at the end, but very, very well played from Snuggles. What do you think, TDS?
One of the things that I liked that because it kind of felt at one point we were talking about how the soy was get left to keep on stacking from the side of Chiron, and we were worried that there was no counteract from the side of Snuggles, but instead because the leasing never came out, and instead the leasing from Snuggles came out, it was just much more stronger, and he could just easily win the game based on that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good take from that matchup. I think that was a really good potential. Now moving on to this second matchup, we have Chiron opting to switch up his decks, which is something we don't usually see. Usually people just run it back until they either win or they're out
Or
0-2, but I like that
they
he's
lose.
switched up, bringing out the darkness here, especially into this Braum Poppy deck, the Bandle Tree deck, because like last game, it's not really about doing, or excuse me, it's not really about playing the game. It's just sort of like playing for yourself, waiting for Bandle Tree to just auto win you the game. And the excuse me, the darkness deck definitely punishes that.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where the longer you take, the longer it's better for me.
Hmm. And the darkness deck is just sort of like if you can pull the right cards, if you can get those things started, it really scales into just an unstoppable monster relatively early. Like some of these darkness cards are actually just insane. Like one of them grants +1 damage for every time you strike. It has 3/2 regularly. One of them just permanently reduces its cost from 3 to 2 to 1 to 0. Um really
Universe.
really interesting stuff, huh?
The potential, yeah, the potential damage that you can get may be much higher earlier just because of how those costs may get lower and you get much more damage even if you're low cost. But one of the things, and I think you brought it up in what you were saying also, is the fact that because it's really determined with certain cards, the risk at being able to get the cards that you want may be higher, right?
Exactly. Now the one thing is this Aloof Travelers is probably my least favorite card in the game right now. We just saw what it happened to Kara. He
Okay.
lost the Rekindler, which would have saved one of his champions should they be able to clear. And now we see Snuggles and Karan both have my other least favorite card in the game, the Mini Morph, which turns your card into a 3/3 uh why can't
Kind
I
of
think
like
of it?
an. Do you
Like
want to
a
say
otter.
otter? Yeah.
Yeah.
The otter, it's called mini T apparently, but I
Oh
would
yeah,
stay with the
yeah.
otter. I would stay with otter. I like otter better.
Hmm. Which is a fate even worse than death, because the rekindler can't bring you back from being a mini T. But
It's really dark,
aside
actually.
from
Wow,
sorry,
that's really dark when you think about it. You get turned into an otter, and then you cannot come back because you're an otter. Like, wow,
yeah, you can come back as an otter. You can't come back as your original form as a champion.
wow.
But really really big attack here from Snuggles, able to bring out a lot of his cheap units. The getting actually a very very good attack here. Um, I would have to imagine that that he uses the stilted roadmaker to block one of these, and then he's going to use Veigar to block the Omen Hawk. But there's a lot of things that Chiron needs to do to get this deck rolling because, like we mentioned earlier, the Bandle tree is literally a timer to win. Every turn
Yeah,
it creates a new card that you haven't played that benefits your win condition. So the only upside is that Snuggles hasn't pulled it yet.
yeah. That's kind of like what I expect from this kind of decks that slowly but surely ramp up, and it's the fact that you're even though you're determined with one card, if you're able to get enough the rest of the things, it's going to be much easier once you hit that card. What means
Oh
hitting
no,
that
the
card,
mini
right?
morph. Oh,
That looks so painful. Okay, okay, yeah, it's dead. Let's
it's
move on.
gone.
Yeah.
Next next turn, next turn we see the Vandal City Mayor coming out.
Ooh.
A double stilted roadmaker attack. And man, Chiron is just not getting lucky with this draw. Luckily, he has the pokey stick and the hidden pathways, so he should be able to pull some things. But like, man,
But is it
this is just
what he need, right? Like he may get a nice draw, but is it what he needs right now to be able
he,
to ramp
he's
up?
he's really at the whims of RNGesus here, and the missed call that would have been useful last turn. Well, except not really because it would have just been reviving a mini T.
Yeah, pretty much. Like he's really at the mercy of RNG, and the fact that now RNG is kind of laughing at his face because this is what you could have done, but not even that.
Yeah, not even that. And now the Bandle City Mayor coming out should be useful. But yeah, the darkness coming through gonna deal 4 damage to the. Why can't I think of the name? Another otter character.
Let's just call it otter. I think that we
Otter
should
one,
just leave
otter
it at
two.
otter. Yeah,
Um, it's
which
it's
doesn't die, so at least.
yeah. But yeah, now he has 2 elusives out. So the like we mentioned, the Snuggles' deck is all about stall, all about waiting for the Bandle tree to automatically win you the game. And we see that especially in the 3 cards that he has in his hand right now, especially the mini morph that he used last turn. He has the Troll Chant, which makes your card stronger and their card weaker. He has Braum, which is literally a tank card that's supposed to survive hits. And then he has 2 of the Bandle Commandos, which create like basically 1 cost free cards. Um, so all about stacking the board, all about protecting from attacks, waiting for the Bandle tree to just auto win you the game.
Yeah, I think that the main thing from Chiron is the fact that Snuggles hasn't pulled any, not only the defensive parts, but obviously the Vandal tree as well. So he still has that opportunity to get that strong attack with the darkness ramping down.
Mm-hmm. Now Snuggles got super lucky here with the Tenor of Terror and the Base of Burden. Now they must have just nerfed this card because I don't remember it being a 1/3 and 3/1. But
I
that
cannot
card is a
comment
very very
on
high
nerfs.
value card.
Yeah, I cannot comment on recent nerfs right now, but at least even though it lost a little bit of its power, I still think that it probably is really valuable.
No, it still summons another card that can attack and has impact. So
Yeah.
the power doesn't really mean anything. It's all about clearing the unit in front of you. But the impact, getting that free damage onto the Nexus, is what really matters for those cards. And the drain coming out from Chiron, I'm not really sure what Snuggles is like really wanting to do here. I mean, keeping those units alive is useful, but you still aren't going to get that much damage out.
Yeah, I think that that what he's doing here, like even though it's useful to keep them alive, like you were saying, I think that it's probably just trying to force something out of Chiron, maybe useful, like because even if you don't get the full value out of the attack, you getting cheap damage may be useful later on as well. That extra
Hmm.
cheap damage.
So I will also say that I think attacking with the Bandle City Mayor was not a smart move. It's a card that benefits from staying on your board as long as possible, and it always pains me when people attack with something like that, like the Herald of Dragons or some other card that reduces the cost of things in your hand. But moving on, we it really doesn't matter because Chiron has not been able to pull anything that he
Yeah.
needs to make this deck work. It's literally just Snuggles waiting for the Bandle tree to come into his hand.
Like I think that both are in a situation where they're waiting for the right thing for the right card to come through. But for Snuggles, it's a much easier wait because it's a wait and you will win. But for Chiron is if you keep on waiting and you don't get it, you're losing. So it's
Hmm.
really detrimental for him.
Yeah, and the one upside is that he's played 2, I think, of his Stilted Roadmakers, so he now only has to deal with 1 cost darknesses. But the problem is he doesn't have anything in his hand to make those darknesses. Like, there's no Veigar, there's no Senna, there's nothing else making it stronger. He has a mini morph, a Vile Feast, a Mist's Call. None of those are helping him right now.
Yeah, I think that the loss of the Vagar so early on really kind of affected him to a certain degree. Like the not keeping, not, like you're saying, not keep on getting those darknesses was really bad for him, and now he's kind of in that situation where if without the darkness he cannot realistically try and achieve and do anything.
Mm-hmm. So he's at the like late enough in the game that I think playing like Senna is really how he's going to come out from this because Senna will allow him to like consistently generate the darkness. It's too late to try and like scale up the darkness with the Vagar because you're running out of mana and or not mana, you're running out of time
Yeah,
because like you won't have long enough for you to like really utilize Vagar to the point where like he's making a 12 damage darkness um before Snuggles plays the Bandle tree and the next turn wins the game.
yeah, that's the way I think that the moment that he lost the Vagar, he put himself in a, or he was in a bad situation. He at least now gets the Senna to begin using the darkness, like you were saying, but not using it immediately, which I think it's fine. I think that for next turn, like as long as the Bandle Cities, the Bandle tree is not here, then it's not going to affect him. Nice clearing.
So the Des and Ada is um a very very interesting card for the darkness because it makes it so your darkness deals damage to all units that turn, which is a very very interesting mechanic. And The only downside is that it's not like a consistent like every time you use darkness. It's only for that first cast. Um, the upside being Senna is now on the board. Senna can now create darknesses twice, I think, in a round, or at least on her first turn, she can create them twice in a round.
I think, yeah, I think that it's the first one. It is, I think.
So it's interesting
Yep.
that he decided not to go for the attack there.
What may be he waiting for? Like, does he need to wait for anything instead of trying to force
He's worried
something?
about another mini morph. But no, I don't think he needs to be waiting for anything. He needs to be trying to clear board so that he can attack with his units. But like he could have attacked and then had something block the Senna, and if it was the Braum, you could have killed the Braum with your darkness during the attack. But I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. He does have that second Destinator, like we saw him just play, so he will be able to do 2 damage or 4 damage, excuse me, to every opponent on the board, which will still clear the Braum.
Yeah.
But he has 10 mana and a the sisters, so he can do something to save this Braum, whether it's entombing it or giving it the Fury of the North. But
Yeah, another. So using another dark is like, I think that he's kind of in a way that we saw in the previous. Now the promise, at least he didn't try to save it, which
I think
kind
that's
of,
curious because he has the Poppy in
yeah.
hand. Could have tried to do like a Karina Veraza. Unfortunately, he's not running a trap deck, but it's an interesting card to create with the Looper. But he's actually going to be able to get a very wide board that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to do if he played the Three Sisters and went for the Entomb or the Fury of the North. But he will be able to play Poppy and get a decent attack off with the Owlcat and the Messenger. But the only question is like, does it matter? Because he's not going to be able to clear anything. This Destin Ada both have 6 health. They're not going to die. The the Senna is probably not going to block anyways. And then the excuse me, the Dark Bulb Alkalite will basically trade out for the Poppy should you go for the attack.
Yeah, the thing is now, like now looking at it at this state, Snuggles is kind of in a turn situation, right? Because now he's kind of trying to wait for time and buy time so that he can get the Bundle Tree. Meanwhile, Karen now has a better potential attack. Yeah,
Yeah, so Chiron has a really good attack this turn, but he I mean, Snuggles will be able to survive through it. He's gonna go for a full block here, I would imagine. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna line that up
yeah,
right now. And the one upside is that he has a Feel the Rush in his hand. And Feel the Rush summons 2 10 cost units from your deck, or 2 champions from your deck that makes them 10/10. So he's gonna have a 10/10 Brahma, 10/10 Poppy at the end of this turn. But the question is, does it really matter? Because Chiron still has 2 7 power units, still has the Senna, has darkness in his hand.
yeah. It ended up being instead a game for time now for Snuggles, right? Because Snuggles was like we were saying how he was banking on getting that extra card. He does play the Field the Rush, which you were saying getting the extra cards. But yeah, he's still in a spot where he could easily just die next turn or next turn.
I mean, Snuggles can die next turn, but I'm curious as to why Chiron went for that. He could have darknessed either the Poppy or the Braum and then gone for the uh the Dawning Shadow and killed one of the 10/10 units. If I remember correctly, it would have been enough bit damage, but maybe he's going for a different play. Maybe he's going for this the Ixtali Sentinel, which when someone creates a darkness in your hand, allows you to target uh an opponent and the Nexus. So this is gonna do 4 damage, but is that enough?
I think it depends. Like it's not enough in this one, but I think that he may be able to do it. Oh, there's a
Oh, and
bundle
here's the
three.
Bandle Tree.
Yeah, I was about to say he may be able to do it next time, and here's the bundle three.
So I'm really curious if he can play the Bandle Tree and just win this turn, because that will essentially be the only way he wins, because he can't let Chiron attack this turn. Or attack next turn, excuse me.
Yeah, I I don't think he's going to for well. There shouldn't be a chance that this attack works. Like he's going to block it, right? Yeah. The the thing is,
Oh
Vandal Tree.
no!
They really at least a cute order. Like that's the thing. It's a cute order, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just so unfortunate. And now it's going to be a really, really strong Q otter with
Yeah.
this Fury of the North, excuse me, going down onto it. But the stress defense, Chiron's just been saving up all these cards that have been basically useless to him all game. Now going to kill a Braum, but oh wait, so the mist. So this is an insane play from Chiron. He blocked with the Extali Sentinel, knowing it would die, and knew that he had the Mist's Call to
Miscall.
create another one on his board again and go for this darkness onto the Nexus for the win. Wow.
He had to go for this in this one because of the potential Banter tree. So well, no, not
Hmm.
not really. He had the next attack as well, right? So he made it. He made a really nice play here, and like you're saying, like it was a kind of situation where all over the game we were waiting for Kyron so that he could get that special draw, so that he could pull off the Darkness Spray. But it never felt like that. And instead, it felt like much more so Snuggles was just waiting, ramping up, getting everything he wanted, and just waiting for the boundary. But I think that that's one of the problems of those decks that are really defining on that card. It was so long till it finally appeared, and at that point, Karen was really strong, and he was able to utilize all the hands that he was up and get such a good, I think, 3 attack combo in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, not even 3 attacks. He got three darknesses onto the Nexus or something. But excuse me, looking at Snuggles' deck, excuse me, if there's one card that you're going to rely on to like just auto win the game, you need to have more than one in your deck. He has one in his deck. That's not how you auto win the game through one card. You need to have three of them. You have to have them as many
that's
as you can.
that's
Increase your
legit
chances.
praying to Aaron Jesus really hard, and that I don't think that's a nice way to try and win a game.
I mean, yeah, like 1 out of 40 is just insane odds. 3 out of 40, still not that good, but like better than 1 out of 40. That's for sure.
Yeah, and we saw it in the last game. Like that 1 out of 40 came way too late, and we saw what happened. It's Knuckles ultimately ended up losing, and I don't think that he really needs to keep any of the others instead of having one more copy of Bundle Tree or 2 more copies of Bundle Tree, right?
I mean, yeah, that's
Like,
basically.
but interesting to see that Chiron going back to the Zoe Lee's deck, and instead is Snuggles staying with the Puppy Brom deck, which I think that against the Zoe may get much more value since you're not interacting
Well,
that much with the enemy.
they're both locked into these decks because they've won with their other ones.
And the other ones were banned. Yeah. Sorry, leap of mind.
It's
But
okay.
I, but I still think that Snuggle that the Puppy Brom may get a much more value here going against a deck that tries to not interact that much with you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, Chiron's well, the Zoe Leadson deck in general just doesn't want to interact with the other deck. It's just about focusing on yourself, self improvement, getting to that point where you can one shot the enemy with your Lee Sin. And Snuggles' deck is actually really, really good into that because, like we see right now, he has a 5 stacked board, gonna be able to go for a very, very good attack here, even if he holds back the Bandle City Mayor because you don't want to block with the Zoe. You want the Zoe to level up as soon as possible so that you can stop trying to protect it. And then excuse me, there's really not any other units for Chiron to pull out in this deck. He has the Tail of the Dragon to create a unit, but besides that, there's 3 Eye of the Dragons, 2 Scattered Pods, and 1 other unit besides Lee Sin. So not a lot to go for in terms of defense.
Yeah, and even then, the small quantity of units that you have, it's not that ideal to try and lose them by blocking, right? So you really have to think about the best potential blocks that you can get and then go for them. Ooh, going for the Bandle City Mayor, I like that. Taking away that potential just.
Yeah, definitely something you want to clear. Bandle City Mayor providing so much value. You know, if you can play 3 cards with Bandle City Mayor out on the board, you've technically made your mana back. And the Pokey Stick coming out, definitely the smart play to try and clear out the Zoe. But the Pal Cascade going to protect her at least for this round, and Snuggles just really doesn't want the Zoe to be able to create super cool star charts. Just something against that, taking away both of the power of the Zoe to make sure that his Bandle City Mayor survives through the turn.
Yeah, and I think I really like the idea of keeping the Bandle City Mayor. Like you're saying, one of you did mention that it's that losing that card, even though it's not that flash or anything like that, like having that extra value from the passive is so good. And the fact that he was able to protect it and now has much more value later on with the card may be
He
much
got
more
two
ideal.
now.
Yeah, what's better than 1-2? There, you have it.
Yeah, and now he's got another Aloof Travelers, which, realistically, you hope that it discards the Lee Sin because that's literally how you would win with this deck. I don't think it discarded a Lee Sin last turn, but it's gonna go for it again. I think honestly you would wait, but I guess you're just gonna go for it. I mean, the odds that he's gonna pull a Lee Sin or have a Lee Sin when you want to play it before, and not play a Lee Sin before you're able to play yours is pretty low.
Yeah, the thing is that, like, luckily neither have comforted, and now going for a full-blown attack. I like that he's trying to force the attacks here, especially against the soy deck, like we were talking about. You trying to commit as much damage as possible, because later on, even if he gets the lead, and if you deal enough damage, then it's much easier to just pull through with a win.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, someone's probably gonna yell at me and be like, "Oh, but you said you shouldn't attack with Banal City Mares." Like, yeah, you shouldn't, but there's no other cards in your hand to play that benefit from the Banal City Mare, so you might as well get a really good attack off this turn, like you just mentioned, TDS. And now that Chiron's got two of the Eye of the Dragons on the board, he's able to kind of sustain himself because he has two free units to block with that will also lifesteal him 2 damage, which into a deck that has basically 1 and 2 cost cards is worth as much as blocking both of them. The only downside is it doesn't clear those other units.
Worth as much as those of them, but yeah, pretty much like just getting the value of not dying. I think that's what Chiron
Mm-hmm.
is looking much more for, and even though he doesn't clear a full clear, which I think he gets one. Yeah, he gets at least one. I think that is still buying it yourself enough time. It's what Chiron is looking forward more.
So if you're Snuggles, I feel like you blocked with one of your aloof travelers. You should. I feel like you block with both at that point because both the aloof travelers will live, and should Chiron not opt to cast enough spells this turn, which he shouldn't, you would have another unit to attack with, while Chiron wouldn't have something to block with.
Yeah, now with because also now with the Brom, you can pretty much make you could have made one of the units that you didn't lose previously to get the extra attack, right? So because of that
Mm-hmm.
challenger with the Brom. So I'm really surprised that he just let them go. Like I don't think it's particularly bad, obviously, but getting that extra damage from the attacks that you can get now would be much more ideal.
Yeah, and now Snuggles still not able to find that Bandle tree. Definitely not looking good, especially
Ooh.
with Chiron now having the leveled up Zoe and everything getting lifesteal. Just gonna be able to sustain throughout the rest of the game really until until he can get that Lee Sin out, which he has in hand, but he won't be able to play it before the Feel the Rush comes out, summoning two 10-10
Oh, the deny.
would have, excuse me, summoned two 10-10 champions, but thankfully Chiron had the deny in hand ready for a situation like this.
Yeah, and Chiron also has now the potential of going for the Listen. Maybe not now, but a step in in the next potential turn, going for the Listen and being able to build up his strategy already, like having the like you were saying the leveled up Zoe, but now being able to summon the Listen, he's almost there to being able to just go for the one kill.
So yeah, will I don't think Chiron will be able to go for the 1 kill this turn.
Not
He
yet, yeah.
has the Zenith Blade, but he needs at least both of the both of the well, no, he could go for lethal this turn. He has the Zenith Blade and two twin disciplines, but you have to watch out for the mini morph.
the the potential mini otters just bothering you completely. Which I think that's why Snuggles had. What yeah, what Snuggles has been saving up for the mini more coming through.
Mm-hmm. And you have to mini morph here. You can't really let Lee Sin stay on the board. It is quite literally the only win condition for Chiron, besides attacking a million times with Zoe as an elusive. Um, but wow, the Scourge.
Oof.
I think he went for the Scourge.
No, he
No,
went for.
he went for the Event Horizon, or excuse me, the Cosmic Rays. I don't know why I wanted to say Event Horizon. I was waiting for it to come
Ventures.
out last game.
Was he? Does he
But
want to clear the board? At like really? I
no,
think that the Scourge giving the extra potential damage to the Elysium would be much more ideal, right?
so it's really 6 in one and a half in the dozen or half dozen in the other because you want to clear the board of all these small things, but the Scourge also would allow you to buff up all of your small things. So it really doesn't matter. It's just sort of like what you want to go for. And clearing Snuggles' board is how you are going to win without a Lee Sin in your hand, I think, if you're Chiron.
Okay, so it's much more getting the potential win without having to depend on the Elysium, right?
Yeah, that's I think the angle that Chiron is looking for with this cosmic rays, which is like clearing the board. Because if you don't have the Lee Sin, you need to be able to attack with a lot of units that aren't going to get blocked.
Okay, yeah, that like looking at that point, then it makes much more. It does seem to make much more sense why he went for. Now I'm thinking up in Horizon.
It, I mean, it's a black hole. That's what an event horizon is. Is like,
Event Horizon is kind of like a black star.
yeah, but
Pretty
it's
much.
it's Vagar's spell card, but it's also not what this black hole card is called.
Yeah, no, I know that. Like, I was just thinking, like, it just made me think the Event Horizon thing.
Yeah, come on, Riot. Where's your space lingo? Like, come on. But the
Based on Riot's
Graviton,
track record,
yeah,
they are not doing that good with that.
probably not. But every turn is just an interesting development because it looks like both units are or both players are just doing nothing. Snuggles waiting for his single Bandle tree to come out so that he can potentially win the game, and then Chiron playing as many invo cards as he can, I guess, looking for. Oh wait, okay, wait. So yeah, so he invoked the twin sisters. This is actually a very big turning point for Chiron. He should attack with all three of his or not three, all three. He should attack with both of his oh wait. No, all right. Yeah, never mind. I was going to say he should attack with both of the messenger and the the Lunari or the Solari and lose both of them to defense so that he can summon the twin sisters and eventually have all cards with elusive lifesteal. But he can skip that and just summon the scattered paws, and now all of his units have a lifesteal, and he can go for 5,
It is
10.
no, it's not yet.
No, this
Okay,
is lethal. This is lethal if he attacks.
like
It
quick
should be
maps.
15 damage, I think.
Yeah, this is lethal actually. Yeah.
So this is going to be 15 damage that realistically cannot be blocked. The only thing that Snuggles can do is mini morph, which will bring him back just barely into surviving. I think he's going to live
Okay,
with
now
I
now
think
it's better.
2
Yeah.
health or 7 or maybe two more than 2. It should be 2 for
It's four.
he's going
It's
to live
five,
with
five, five.
5
Sorry.
health.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
With the Zoe down with damage, it would have been three,
oh
but yeah,
no.
it's actually. So now it's two.
Now it's 2, and he's gonna play the other twin disciples and give another card +3, but there's still another troll chant. So, oh man, he has to play the troll chant here. He has to play the troll chant and do something. I think he's
Okay, he lives with
3.
one. No, two. I think.
Yeah, I think he loses with 1. He loses with literally 1 health.
Ooh, one.
Oh my god, he lives with literally 1 health. Wow, that is that was just an insane sequence. Snuggles had to blow literally every single card in his card in his hand to just live with 1 health, and now next turn he has to win here or he just loses.
Yeah, but does he have the potential here? Like, He has to go for the attack, right? But
He has to go for the attack, but like I really don't think it's enough. Like there's a there's obviously enough damage for lethal, but that implies that no one blocks
yeah,
from Chiron's bench,
and
which
even the Hush.
which really there should be a lot of people blocking from Chiron's bench. Now the one good thing is that Snuggles is going to kill the Zoe, and that only leaves the two the two Eyes of the Dragons as elusives, but there's only one health for Snuggles, and one elusive card is a threat. More than one is way too many.
It's impossible pretty much.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
still the potential next draw as well. So they just feels like even though the attack is a nice attempt at trying to put a stop, like it's just sadly not enough.
yeah, because there's no threat to Chiron. Chiron could just as
Yeah.
easily not block anyone. Like the Zoe got challenged. Obviously, that one was just a loss. But you could literally just let the full board attack and not have to worry because there's no way you die from whatever's left over.
The only way I could see is if Snuggles is able to what is it called to bait anything out of Chiron and think that he has a potential to cover it, right? But there's nothing realistically.
So, I mean, Chiron doesn't need to do anything. He just, like if if Snuggles baits something out of Chiron, it's because Chiron doesn't care and he's potentially just BMing, and Chiron literally is going to play or do something to save this. excuse me, save the
Yeah, no.
Eye of the Dragon, but that's just so that he has
Yeah.
more units to attack with. And yeah, here we go
Yeah.
see the FF from Snuggles, which so unfortunate after this game, which was actually so much more action packed than anything else, even though it went to like round 18 or something. But really, really good game from both players. I think Snuggles did a lot that he needed to do to try and stay in the game, and Chiron not getting too worried when he ran out of Lee Sins, not like getting too like nervous, making mistakes, just sort of playing it out. Knew he had the Zoe, knew he had elusives coming through, and knew that he could win even though he didn't have the one shot potential with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I like one of the things that Kyron did, for example, that I really like was what you're saying with the potential to adapt the strategy so that he doesn't have to depend on the Lee Sin, even though the deck is pretty much based around being able to kill with the Lee Sin. He did a really nice job adapting throughout and then being able to win even without the Lee Sin. So I really like how Kyron played. I do gotta say that Snuggles, it felt really unlucky because he did have a lot of potential, but the fact that you had to depend a lot on the bundle tree and the fact that it comes so late just means that really realistically as a strategy, even though it can be good, it's really risky, and especially if you have just one in the whole deck, like it's even less odds of being
Mm-hmm.
able to pull through.
And we saw him pull both of his fielder rushes, but that's not the win condition. Like the win condition is the Bandle tree. The Bandle tree just auto wins the game for you. That's your Exodia. Like that's what you need out of your deck. You should have more than one of them. But either way, we will be moving on. A really, really good match from Chiron overall, not getting nervous, playing to his conditions to win the game, and taking that one 2-1 over Snuggles. We will be moving on, taking a short break before we get to the next part of the bracket. Stick right there. We'll be back with more Runeterra Academy. All right, everyone, and welcome back to the quarterfinals. Thank you, TDS, for that little intro
Yes.
move there. Like just said, that is TDS. I am Domcast. We're moving on in the bracket. Quarterfinals coming up. We have Dante and no, excuse me, not Dante. We have
World
why
Tour, I
can't
think it is.
Wolfharu. Thank you, Artemis and Wolfharu. Coming up for you. Man, the name was just so wild it made me forget it. Artemis, we've already seen today. TDS, like you mentioned, they have your favorite archetype dragons going
Yep.
for them, but Wolfharu bringing three decks that we haven't seen yet today. They have the Ezreal Vi, the Ziggs Poppy, and the Gangplank Sejuani decks, which Gangplank Sejuani we've seen a lot of so far in our weekly tournaments. Very, very strong deck in its own right, but Ziggs Poppy also a very, very abusive deck, just doing very, very slow chip damage to the enemy nexus, eventually taking it down with a big Poppy attack. What are your thoughts going into this series?
Talking a little bit about the GP sesh, I don't know much about text and all these things, obviously, but I have seen quite a few GPs, so I was kind of interested why we haven't seen one yet in the tournament. I was kind of already waiting to see if the GP was going to be played, so I'm kind of curious to see how if the GP is going to be played in the series first of all, if it gets banned. Just like you're saying, the fact that it was kind of a strong previously in the tournament may signal that it's not going to get that much play. But I'm still interested to seeing and the puppet, the six puppet, like you're saying, the fact that it kind of feels like it's not that interactive, although its main focus is to destroy the Nexus maybe one of the things that we end up seeing as well in this series.
Yeah, the Ziggs Poppy is a very strong deck. Actually, it was one of the decks that we saw banned the most last week, just because it was still fairly new. Not a lot of people had seen it. They saw it in I believe the NA, or most people I think would have saw it in the North America end of season tournament. But the Gangplank Sejuani has been a staple for really since the game began. Gangplank and Sejuani both operating off of the same level up mechanic, leveling up at the same time. Um, and Gangplank just setting up the plunder so well, just basically guaranteeing that by the time you're able to play Gangplank or the turn after, you have that level up for you. Um, and then Sejuani just setting you up for free attacks where you don't have to lose anything from your uh, you don't get punished for your attacks because everything is frostbit. So that's basically how that game or how that deck works is Gangplank levels up, everyone's frostbit because of Sejuani, and then they both have overwhelm to kill the Nexus through blockers.
Yeah, sounds like it's a deck that makes every card fall into place just perfectly with how each other work. So
Hmm.
that's why that what I also thought that we were probably going to see a little bit more. Surprised that we don't get to see more, but I'm interesting to see it played, and interested to see it, especially if it against ends up being played against the Silver Action or the Dragon deck, because I think that those are decks that through forcefulness try to win, and Sejuani and Gangplank may just work really well to counter that forcefulness and that just
Hmm.
constant attack from those two decks.
So the Gangplank Sejuani deck works really really well into um the decks like the dragon deck, Silver Action, where they like to have a bit of time to set up so that they can get these big attacks off. Because once Sejuani levels up, she completely denies big attacks. You just have to damage the Nexus, and everyone on the board is frostbit. That attack is basically useless now. And the upside is that even though it's technically like, oh, it's a round like a turn 5 level up at the earliest, like turn 6, 7 usually, like there's still a very early game focus deck with the plunder from Wolferu, and we're gonna see that come out. Yeah, we're gonna see that come out as his first deck into Artemis's um Fizz Poppy Bandletree deck. And unlike Snuggles or Bandletree deck, this one has 3 Bandletrees in it. So hopefully we won't be waiting for a Bandletree to come out. Already seeing one in Artemis's hand as we are starting this game, and the Ice Shard definitely getting a lot of use there.
Yeah, wanting to deal as much potential damage as possible, certainly. But already, like you're saying, the fact that Artemis already is pulling a better potential draw with the bundle tree out there, it's already nice to see from Artemis and playing a deck that we didn't see the last time that we were with Artemis. So should be interesting to see the way that he adapts throughout the game. But like you're saying, the Wolf Horu playing the Sedge GP, just trying to set up for that potential level up later on and winning in the long con.
Mm-hmm. Now, we haven't been able to see where the parley's been, or not the parley, the plunder procs have been going off. Parley coming through, getting another level up stack for, excuse me, Gangplank and Sejuani. But still a really good setup from Artemis, excuse me. And I'm surprised he didn't go for the Bandle Tree this turn, but maybe he's just waiting for um next turn to try and really go for this this setup. But both both players trying to stall out right now, getting a wide board. And looking at Wolfru's hand, he has two Sejuanis in his hand.
Yeah, getting the potential setup there already, leveling up the GP as well. But the Sejuani is going to be one of that main condition that we may see through.
Yeah, and I was curious why he went for the warning shot this turn, but if it's to level up the Gangplank when you drop him, it makes a lot of sense to me now. He's going to be able to attack right after this and deal 2 damage to everything on Artemis's board. That's going to be a full board clear, and there's really nothing that you can do to stop it. It's going to be a full board clear into 6 damage from the Gangplank.
Yeah, setting already setting already up for that potential clear later on as well. So not only clearing the board now, but that dealing that much damage, leaving just yeah, eight potential damage to Artemis. It's going to be really important. And Artemis now it's going to kind of be forced, or wait, it was even less 6. Kind of being forced to just go for that bundle tree play. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bandle Tree play is something he can do. It's about the only thing that he can do, and it's still I don't think will be enough. There's nothing that he can play this turn that is going to give him enough board presence and enough health to survive another attack from the Gangplank, much less with the Sejuani in tow. And I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do. You have 3 more cards to play,
Oh.
but I don't think you even have those 3 regions in your hand. Like there's so much that Artemis needs to do before the next turn starts.
Yeah, and already getting with the level up from the Sejuani and the potential just frostbite there, like it just feels like without having that potential summonings to get the value out of the Vandal tree, like you were saying, just feels like it's the inevitable coming in the next turn. Although there's a good chance that he may delay it as much as possible. I'm not sure if it's going to come into fruition.
Um, so he's going to try and clear the Gangplank here, which I mean makes sense, but there's still the overarching problem of like you don't have board presence. Now he should be able to get 3 units onto the board here with the spider and the owl cat, but that's very 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 risky. It's so close to lethal. It's so dangerous because he has excuse me, there's going to be 4 damage from the Sejuani to the Nexus. Everything's going to be frostbit afterwards. Um and I was about to say that the warning shot would be lethal, but the warning shot's going to go off now, pop the keg, and then next turn there's really nothing that you can do because there's going to be 4 damage from Sejuani going through no matter what.
Yeah, the only one would be the utilizing the 3 to cost unit, but like you're saying, the frostbite will come through, and more than likely it will be like Sejuani coming out with a 4 damage to go through. And even though he was able to fill up the board, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Though that Poro, can it be? No, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, the Fable Poro isn't going to be enough because yeah, we see Wolford going for a little bit of BM here, not challenging or well no, I guess it's not BM. I forgot that the vulnerable goes away. It's not permanent
Yeah.
anymore. But yeah, going for like a full attack here with the Dreadway, with the excuse me, with the Sejuani. Sejuani's not going to do 12 damage to the Nexus. 5 health is still not enough to not enough to survive that overwhelm. So Unfortunately, this will be the insta kill from the
Yep.
Sejuani on this attack for Artemis, and Wolfru going to take game one pretty handily.
Yeah, I feel like even though the win condition for this time around for Artemis was there at the start, the bundle tree we talked about was there. Like the pieces for kind of just fall into position really early on, the level up onto the gangplank, getting that extra damage with the powder keg, and then just with the Sejuani being leveled up there, it was easier to just frostbite, and with the Overwhelm you get the extra damage. Like it just kind of set up perfectly for a good victory from Wolfur in this first game.
Exactly. It's kind of the downside of running running a deck like the Bandle Tree where you literally have like a turn counter to your win, and versus like the Sejuani Gangplank or really any deck that involves whittling down the Nexus procking plunder. It scales very, very well. It man, verbs, am I right? The English language is a thing. It just it one thing leads to another in that deck very, very well. It all just meshes very nicely. Um and it basically just like rolls into a big win for for whoever runs the pirate deck. Jesus Christ. Excuse
It's
me.
okay.
But now
I
looking into game
I have
two,
difficulties
Armstrong's
as
running
well
it
speaking,
back.
so. But now looking at each potential deck, like it's Artemis running it back with the bundle tree deck, but what we're going for I think it's bias roll if I'm not wrong. So seeing nice to see the newer one, and I think that bias roll decks it's interesting.
It's a it's an interesting setup. I think Artemis is off to a way better start this turn than or this match than before. The Bandle Tree is nice to have in general, like to be able to play it, but having it early, not having a lot of other units is definitely not good, especially into a deck like the Gangplank Sejuani, where it's just going to summon a ton of units and try and deal damage to the Nexus, and then eventually just go for a huge attack. Uh, Meanwhile, the Ezreal Vi deck is very, very interesting in that there's not really a reason for Vi to be there. Vi is just sort of to trade out for a very, very strong unit that you don't want on the board anymore, while everything else in the deck is about making spells for your Ezreal to basically machine gun down the Nexus.
So pretty much how I read it then it's kind of buy is the bodyguard and Ezreal is the main. So you
Hmm.
use the buy to dissuade anything from happening, kind of a sacrificial lamp of a lot of sorts, and then the Ezreal is the man that will run the show at the end.
So definitely a scaling deck more so than the Gangplank Sejuani deck where you're just sort of like playing whatever is in your hand to get to the end of the game. Um, but yeah, other than that, like everything else is pretty pretty standard. The thermogenic beam coming out is interesting. I feel like since you had the 6 mana, you I personally would have gone for the Mystic Shot on the Fizz into the Thermogenic Beam, since you would have had lethal for both and the mana for both. Um, but instead he just goes for the Thermogenic Beam so that nothing can stop him from killing the Poppy, and then leading into this attack.
Which I think that it's taking away the potential puppy makes sense. But I think that taking away the face also would have been nice to kind of debilitate the potential damage from the board. And another puppy just gets summoned instead.
Another Poppy gets summoned, and the one thing to look out for here is the Fizz could potentially gain elusive and try to block the Ezreal. The only thing is that right now it doesn't have enough damage to kill Ezreal, and it would just die in return. But looking into this, yeah, Artemis is just going to open with an attack. And I've had this conversation with a lot of people, and some people think that Poppy is like kind of useless. The level up is too hard and not worthwhile. But if you're able to just attack, like every attack that you get off with Poppy before that is insanely valuable, and is the only reason in their case that you play the Poppy. And I have to agree with them at this point because giving all of those one cost units plus 1/1 is just so strong.
Yeah, it's a ideal way to get that extra damage that you probably other times can't get, and realistically can make your attack much more impactful, right?
Hmm. So Yeah, it makes everything more impactful. It's kind of akin to some of those like one cost buff up decks that we've seen before with Bilgewater with the Jagged Taskmaster, Professor Von Yip, uh the flutist that reduces the cost of the cards to 0. Um but it's kind of just bundle all up into Poppy where she just makes everything else stronger no matter what it is. But aside from that, I think Artemis is actually in like a really, really good position, especially with the Bandle tree
No.
coming out here.
Yeah, it was a good spot already, but now having that bundle tree potential, it's just so good. And I think that it's still a little bit too early for Wolf Forward to get the value out of this deck that he usually wants. So this would be the best spot for Artemis. Although now with the level up, maybe things change up.
So the level up things shouldn't change too much. He does have Curious Shellfolk, which I'm very excited to see, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the rest of the cards that are necessary to make that Curious Shellfolk actually valuable. He doesn't really have any spells at all in his hand that are too useful. He has the hidden pathways. He'll be able to draw some cards, but he won't be able to have the Shellfolk out for that. But aside from that, he still has the Vi, he still has the Ezreal. He can go for a very, very simple kill onto the Fizz with a free attack from the Ezreal.
He ended up going for the pathways, which you were talking about this, the fact that he's not going to get the full body that he probably can with the shuffle. But I think that being able to whittle down a little bit onto Artemis may be the ideal situation now, especially if you're able to get later on the spells to get the value out of the Ezreal and the shuffle as well.
Um, it's an interesting angle here, I think, from Wolfhoru though. Still, I feel like challenging the Fizz is definitely the way to go here. Um, I'm not really sure what what Artemis could really realistically do to save the Fizz. I mean, he has the mini morph. Unfortunately, he's
Yeah.
1 mana short for that. And then, other than that, like if you're gonna trade out the Vi, like you're gonna trade out the Vi. There's not really any point in not prolonging that, or like there's not really any point in like waiting that out. I mean, you do need to clear the Fizz, and if you try and play the Mystic Shot onto the Fizz, then there should be. Well, no, I guess excuse me, there's no way to get out of that now.
Yeah, the bike gets put away, which, like you're saying, with the fact that now the bike gets kind of thrown out, means that you could have just destroyed the face, even if he gets mini uttered, even if you get
Many
uttered,
more.
like yeah, like even if you get a minute, you probably could have still taken away the face, and that just allows for the Ezreal later on. Like because if you take the face away, and even if you lose the vibe, the sacrificial lamb, you still get the value out of the Ezreal that you want to get from this deck.
Hmm. And we're gonna see another Loping Telescope here with uh a Shurima card. I'm curious to know how close Artemis is to leveling up. I think he's got it. If the thing is spinning, this should be it. Oh no, 9. Excuse
Ooh,
me.
one more.
He's 1 away. I wonder which one it is. It might be Shurima if that's the card he chose. It might be Shurima. I'm curious
It fits
because
Shurima though.
at best Wolfuru has one more turn. At worst, nope. This is
He's
it.
no, he didn't know. At
This
worst, he
is it.
doesn't.
No. This is it. I mean, yeah, that's it for this one. Good game, Artemis. He's able to do the thing, get the Bandle tree to the thing.
The
Um,
insta win condition, the
so
Exodia
we're
condition.
but before we see this happen, we're gonna see what I like about the Curious Shellfolk with the prank, which is you ruin someone else's card, but then you create that card in your hand, which I think is just an insane mechanic and very, very uh high potential, high almost abusable.
Yeah, it had the potential to of being good if the Bando tree doesn't get proc there, but
we're just
but
we're just seeing Wolfuru try and just spend all his mana until the game ends, and the Bandle tree is going to take that one home for Artemis, and we should be at 1-1 now. between Artemis and Wolferu, and we will be moving on to their third and final decks. The Bandletree deck getting a win, the Pirate deck getting a win. What are your thoughts for this final matchup, TS? What do you think we're gonna see?
I want to see the deck that I want, that I like. Better said, I want to see the dragon deck, but talking a little bit about the previous one, I think that it felt almost perfectly for Artemis to be able to get that win because if the Bandle Tree doesn't be, or if he doesn't get that extra card, he probably gets killed by the Ezreal Buy. I think that the Ezreal Buy
Lord.
was in such a good spot and its action. Okay, it's fine.
Too
It's fine.
bad.
It's fine. One
It's
day
okay.
I'll get my wish. Well, I did already see it, so it's okay.
I mean, dragons are just such a threat. Like I remember my first tournament, I brought a dragon deck that I honestly thought was bad and I didn't think would be able to do anything. But people just banned it because they were so afraid of what dragons could do. Like, should they not be able to draw correctly? But that's another time and place in the past.
A story
We are
for
here
another
and
time.
now. Yeah, we're here and now with Artemis and Wolferu in their final game. The Ezreal Vi making another appearance. Warlord is coming through for Artemis, and I think he's actually got a really good hand here with two Fleet Feather Trackers, a Merciless Hunter, Akshan, and then Wolferu. Not too bad of a hand himself. He has the Conchologist, the Magnifying Loper, and the Ezreal.
Yeah, starting for starter hands, I think that both are happy to a certain degree. I think that they get enough value out of this. I do think that the getting the action early on, even if it ends up getting sacrificed, may be much more valuable for Artemis so that he can begin ramping up the Warlord's damage.
So we just saw two Otterpuses get
Second.
played, and he went for two. He went for both of the prank options, but in one of them we saw a concurrent timelines as an option. And I don't know if you know what concurrent timelines does, TDS, but it makes it so that every time you summon an ally, it gives you the option to summon one of three other same cost allies. And
Okay.
it would have been insanely troll, but I would have loved to see him actually go for that and see what happened.
But there's a world where if you go for that, you get either immense value or just this
You're just
saddest
trolling
of
yourself.
yeah
But
of the
sometimes
saddest
you
of
gotta
trolls.
roll the dice.
But that's it. Like that's the thing. You get insane value in one out of 100 universe, but the other one's not. Pretty much.
I mean, I just played against someone. Now this will be almost 2 to 3 weeks ago because this game gave me such bad PTSD. I didn't want to play again. But oh my god, I played against someone that had concurrent timelines and I just could not deal with it. Literally, they summoned three insane cards with such good value, and I just lost off of it. I was like, there was nothing I could do. So that's why I wanted to see him play the concurrent timelines because if you can get the value, if you can pull the right cards, then it just feels so bad to play against and probably insanely good to play as.
Yeah, you
But
wanted to bet on the RNG pretty much.
yeah, I mean, live by the RNG, die by the RNG. And the best part about it is that cards with summon or play effects still proc those effects before they turn into another card.
So pretty much yeah, that it
Insane value.
sounds like I would either die mentally or just celebrate. Like pretty much.
Well, you're still getting the summon proc off, so as long as you don't care about the unit after it's procs the summon or the play effect, then like you're living.
Yeah. But
But
that's the thing, like it's kind of as long as and
as long
that is
as
a really important condition, right?
man, I've completely sidetracked this game, derailed our commentary, but it's been very very standard. Challenger trying to clear the enemy champions, Cataclysm coming out, really the only highlight of this previous round where Artemis cleared out the Ezreal with the Bracelet Protector. Um, but yeah, the pranks though have taken effect, and we now have a 6 cost Aegis and a 3 cost Shape Stone. So both of those cards are worthless now.
Yeah, and that's obviously amazing for Artemis. Also, I think that Artemis is it's trying to get the Sivir out, but sadly doesn't get the draw of the Sivir yet. So kind of a stunting his own potential as well to a certain degree.
Yeah, he does hit the Preservariums. That's still kind of okay. I mean, you get a draw now, and you get another draw in 2 turns, which 2 turns seems like a long time, but luckily Wolfru hasn't really leveled or not leveled, hasn't really ramped up his game yet. He's still looking for the Vi, still looking for the Ezreal to bring back out.
Yeah, I think
But
really,
since
really
he
important the fact that the Ezreal was taken out. Like that made
Mhm.
it so that the Stever not being out or the potential next turns then not be that harmful for Artemis.
And now we're seeing the Curious Shellfolk really do its thing, which is we're seeing all of these one cost or not excuse me, pick one of three cards, and we've seen the Curious Shellfolk create like three cards in hand this turn, which is really just too many cards in my opinion.
In one turn, it does it like a lot, and it's a good way to keep on stacking the potential damage later on. Now it's just if Wolf Horror will be able to get the full body out of it. So now the action leveled up. So maybe he may look to try and go for a better attack right now with this.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the predict and draw one, and unfortunately, he found nothing. He went for the shape stone just so he has potentially more damage, but there's really nothing to actually go for. I mean, he's not going to go for the fleet feathers. Trading out for the octopuses is basically useless. But now we see the I can't remember the name of this card, but it does 3 damage if you've created 2 cards in your hand or drawn 2 cards or something, and just insane value. And Artemis is trying to avoid that with the shapestone that he drew, but since there's just so much damage in Wolferu's hand as spells, there's nothing to really do to save that Marauder, and the Shellfolk lives another day.
Yeah, and I really have to think that Artemis is getting by the fact that the Ezreal is not alive, even though he's been getting kind of the kind of getting outpaced with some of the cards that he has lost. The fact that the Ezreal is not there is really, really positive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly like you mentioned, like the Ezreal is how you would win this game because I believe he should have already leveled up. And this all of these one cost spells that Wolforu is playing would just be dealing damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like you're saying, I'm pretty sure he probably would have leveled up. So yeah, getting that extra damage from these spells and the fact that the extra mystic shots that he would have created also
Oh,
not
mini
being
morph!
there.
No!
Oh, he went
Oh,
for
I
the
went for the
art.
Mystic Shot. Okay,
I was
alright.
thinking that he would go for the mystic shot as well. That because that may set up for getting better trade damage, right?
I think he's really just going for the or not the actual excuse me, the Ezreal level up machine gun strat and using all of these mystic shots in like one turn to whittle the Nexus down from like 10 health. But before we see that, we will see something come through. Oh. Oh, okay.
Ooh,
So he went for the go hard, right? Yeah, that's go hard.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I think so. I'm still a noob, so don't really ask me. But yeah, I think so.
No, yeah. So
Just in case.
that card is go hard, which drain ones from a unit and creates 3 copies of itself in your deck. And once you've played 3 of them, it does 5 damage to all units and the enemy nexus. So being able to add that card to your deck is very very good because it's otherwise a bad card to have like in general, and especially since it forces you to run Shadow Isles. But being able to have that now, especially with the the creation of like the card itself is really really useful.
Yeah, isn't it? It made itself useful just because of how like, how Watford used it. So getting actually may end up getting a lot of value with the lethal later on.
Yeah, it'll be really really useful like both for or excuse me not procking clearing the spell shields that
Yeah,
the Sivir will have when she drops, and potentially the Action has as well when the Sentinel Horde's complete, and then also just for board clear in general because we saw earlier tonight um uh I think it was Artemis actually was having trouble with board clear into a Warlords deck.
I think it was in the not in the first one, but one of the 3 games was the fact that he was trying to clear, if I'm not wrong, and
And the
he
spell shields were
almost
in the way.
yeah almost couldn't achieve it. I think.
Yeah, but the spell shields were in the way, and Go Hard and Pack Your Bags, which Go Hard turns into, both will be insanely valuable for clearing clearing the board.
Now, yeah, and now we also see that the well, for getting back
Oh
the
my
resale, so
god.
obviously not worrying that much, but it's just the Bosphor is in a really nice spot. Like this just keeps on setting it up for the fact that Ezreal is not here. So maybe finally getting rid of the yeah.
So this
No,
Aegis is
actually,
one of like 3 that Wolfru stole during the times that he was using pranks to create
Prankster
the 10 cost rally that's in Artemis' hand.
really trying like that the fact that the prankster can do this like it really honors the name, right? Like it just
Yeah.
pranking your enemy out of the game.
I mean, it should just be called troll, but since trolls are like actually like an archetype in the game, I guess you can't do that. But
Call them
oh
inters.
well. Inters, yeah, that's just call the prank card times 9 and then we'll see what happens here. But the conchologist coming through, and it will be the 2 more of those cards that I was talking about earlier that I couldn't remember the name of, but uh
To go hard.
Artemis going for the draw 2 and -1 cost, which I think is definitely the play here. He needs to have cards in his hand. He needs to have draw, and I guess the 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 ruin. Jeez, the ruin is the only one that he's going to find.
Um, kind of war. Like RDB is trying to fill up a couple of of the cards, not only the field but in the hand as well. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get enough to for later on. Another go hard to try and clear even more the f- the the side of Artemis. Yeah.
Yeah, so Artemis is going to single combat here to try and take out the Curious Shellfolk just because the Curious Shellfolk has generated so much value for Artemis. Um, if this go hard would have gone through, it would have been the 3rd one and made the next one be a pack your bags, which would have brought Artemis down to 5 health on his Nexus no matter what, which would have easily been taken down by the rest of the cards on Wolforu's board. So a really smart move to save the Curious Shellfolk here, with the Mystic Shot after the single combat comes out, but still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, like on World War side, like there's so much easy potential setup with the cards that are left in hand and are drafted as well. And the fact that the Ezreal is still not up is still another condition that I think benefits Artemis. But whenever that comes through, Wolfhor will just have another easy to put win condition.
Exactly. And I mean, the game is just not looking good for Artemis right now. He has a 10 cost rally, the Absolver, uh or the Sandstone Sharp Sight, but that's really it. And with the Mystic Shot, there's not much to
Oh,
be done here.
yeah, no, pretty much. Well, actually, with the Mystic Shot now gets okay, but yeah, there's the Symphoniums. Something really banking, trying to save as hard as possible I almost forget the Curious Shellfolk, which I think it makes sense with how Wolfhor has been playing. So trying to bank a lot on that card.
Yeah, and Wolfuru, I think he should just go for the rally here. I mean, there's not much that Artemis can do. Okay, the pass comes through. Yeah, Artem. Oh, Wolfuru should have gone for the rally, but not that it matters because Wolfuru just could just go for an open attack here, and then this will just be the end of the game.
Yeah,
So Wolfuru taking it 2-1 over Artemis with quite the series. I think probably the most interesting one for the night.
yeah. In terms of, I think not only in terms of the potential decks that we saw, but also the fact of how Wolfhor ended up taking. I think I liked how he played the GP Sedge in the first game. I think that it was
Mm.
really to a certain degree standard and logical, but I really like the last game because even though his win condition Ezreal was taken really early on, like it never affected him that much, utilizing really effectively the Shellfolk, pure Shellfolk to his advantage using the prankster and getting full value of that. The amount of cards that he just ended up getting were so
Mhm.
well utilized that even I think that the Ezreal probably makes this game much easier, but it didn't even matter.
Yeah, it really didn't. The stall and the sustain that the Shellfolk was able to literally create for Wolforu basically won him the game. And honestly, the clear that came out, all of those cards, he got so lucky with RNG creating
Yeah.
the Mystic shots, creating the go hards, able to clear the action before he could really get it going. Really just paid off for Wolf Horu. But still, overall, a really good series from both players. We'll be taking a short intermission before we come back with the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm
There's
pretty
still
sure it is.
two more series to go, so stick right there, and we'll come back with some more Runeterra Academy. All right, and welcome back everyone to the semifinals of Runeterra Academy's weekly Legends of Runeterra tournament. I'm Domcasts, joined by the always wonderful TDS. We've been through 4 matches today already, and we're on to the fifth out of 6. And we have Dante and Jared coming up. Neither of them have been on stream yet tonight, and
Yep.
both of them are, well, no, one of them's running. All right, I guess my point's lost. I was gonna say both of them are running decks we haven't seen before today, but Only one of them is a deck we haven't seen before, and it is Jared's Fizz Teemo Poppy. But unfortunately, it is still a Bandle Tree deck.
Yeah, it's based on the bundle tree, but it has those are small differences. I was going to say yeah that they have a couple of decks that we have already seen, which at this point maybe doesn't surprise us that much, just because at semifinals usually we have seen already almost all the decks that a lot of people would like to play. But still, that Teemo Face Poppy deck seems kind of interesting, not only because obviously of the bundle tree win condition, but also how he does end up utilizing the Teemo at some point as well. It may be kind of interesting to see.
And looking at his deck a little more, I'm actually very fond of it. You know, it has Fizz, which is the Bilge Water, Teemo, which is Piltover, Poppy, which is Demacia, the Protopore Fair, which is Freljord, the Bandle Commando, which creates an Ionia card, the Bomber Twins, which is Shurima. He already has what I'm eventually going to get to is he already has all 10 regions in his deck. The
Yeah,
Bandle Tree potentially is just a play and win card, or it helps him get to that end stage a little bit quicker. So I
yeah.
actually really like this version.
In a sense, it's a much better way to have a ticking time bomb, because you
Mhm.
actually will have a ticking time bomb when you actually do play the bundle tree later on in the game. So it makes much more sense the way that he built it. I think a little bit better than the other ones that we have seen today, because those kind of have to meet certain conditions. This one just you just actually just need to play the cards and win.
Hmm. Yeah, and I think that's a really good angle to come for because we've seen one Bandle Tree deck that didn't do well at all because you couldn't pull the Bandle Tree because there was only one of them, and then one Bandle Tree deck that played really well, partially because it had a favorable matchup. But this one, I think this one will probably be the best of all three Bandle Tree decks. And it appears that we're almost having a mirror matchup with Dante's Bandle Tree deck, except he's lacking the Teemo.
Yeah, I think his was much more equal or similar to one of the previous that we have seen, but they may end up being. We may end up having one of those eventually, but it's going to be Dante with the bundle tree first, and Jared instead with the darkness, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no, this is this is a darkness deck if I have ever seen one, and it appears that he's gotten a lot better of a start than the last person we saw to play the darkness, where they had a bunch of spells that couldn't really do anything, and they managed to eke it out at the very end with a couple of convenient sentinel cards. But this one should be a lot easier to get started. Oh, maybe not. There's three Sennas in hand.
He pulled all the worth of Senas into his first hand. That is some luck or some unluck. Uh, not enough luck, maybe. It's still
Pulling
interesting.
Pulling one good, two okay, three that's a little much.
Overkill.
But he
That's
was able to pokey stick the fizz, which is very good. That's one of two fizz in the deck. So
Yeah, at least already deleting one of the potentials from the face. Although you pretty much get the value out of the face sometimes when you just summon it already and can just use it for the bundle tree later on. But still, I think
mhm.
it's really nice that we see it taken away. One of the things that this does make me a little bit scared for Jared is that the previous time that we saw the darkness deck was the amount of spells and cards that could not be used until a certain point. This time around, he does have the Senna potential, but I still feel like he still lacks a couple of cards that he may want to use with this deck.
Yeah, and it comes back to the he has too many Sennas in his hand. He doesn't have those other cards that or he doesn't have the cards that would be in that slot like a Twisted Catalyzer, maybe Dark Bulb Applicate, creating darkness cards early or providing those darkness cards value. All of his cards are pretty high cost actually, so he won't be able to really do anything with them. Granted, he will be able to start doing stuff with them this turn, but Dante's already got a bunch of zero cost cards in his hand, and there's gonna not really be a lot to do.
Yeah, he does. Jared does go for the clear, a little bit of a clear on the board, and he gets health back. So not realistically with the previous trade, not losing that much overall. Just lost one health in the big spectrum of things. But it's still a really nice situation for Dante. He still has the cards in his hand and the cards in his already played out, and he will still be getting a lot of value with the next turns.
Yeah, and just trying to keep track so we don't run into the same thing that we did the other games. He has summoned, I believe, 5 of the regions already for his Bandle tree. He has summoned both the Spiderlings, so Noxus and Shadow Isles, Ionia from the Owlcat, Bandle City, obviously, and then the Bilgewater from Fizz. So off to a very, very good start.
Yeah, halfway there, pretty much.
Hopefully, I'm
Halfway
halfway
to the
there.
win.
Yeah, and the Buster Shot coming out is interesting. It forces the a Pokey Stick to clear, but what he doesn't know, he lacks critical information, is that there's 2 more Sennas in hand from
Oh,
Jared.
yeah, you can kill one. That's fine. I have two more here, and they are going to be useful. Hopefully later on. He also pulls out the Veigar, so he can begin now actually going for the stacking. Maybe not this turn, but in the coming turns, he may begin much more effectively getting the stack.
So I think, so if I was Jared, I would definitely go for the Vagar this turn so that I would get the stack out of it. The bad thing is that there's the Buster Shot and 2 Pokey Sticks in Dante's hands, so he's going to clear whatever Jared decides to drop, whether it's the Vagar or the Senna. And I mean, Jared's just gonna have to go deal with it. But instead, he opts for the Stilted Robe Maker, which makes the darkness a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, maybe it also he can also try and use it to bait out one of those two to see
Mhm.
if he can bait out one of the two and not put the Veigar at a higher risk. But like you're saying, at least he makes the darkness be able to clear out some of the cards in the field.
So I actually really like this play from from Jared here. Uh, the the Stilted Road Maker, because he didn't have enough mana to play Vagar and the Stress Defense, and the Stress Defense is his one like saving grace for all of the damage that Dante has in his hand in the form of spells, because he can eat the Buster Shot and then either one of the Pokey Sticks and then use the Stress Defense to gain 6 health back in and just hopefully survive another round of burst.
Yeah, so he and now using the Senna to putting down the Senna, I think that makes sense to having the extra Senna in hand and now baiting pretty much the Buster Shot and the one out. I think that this could be ideal for Jared because if he ends up baiting them out. I don't think there's much now that Dante can do without the Buster Shot, so he can just invoke the Senna in the next turn. It may delay Jared a little bit, but he still now has the hand that he wants pretty much.
So there is I do think that's a very good play to draw out the rest of the clear. The only bad thing is that there's only one Senna left for Jared, and Dante has a mini morph in hand. So that means there's no more Sennas left for Jared if Dante realizes this and opts to go for the mini morph onto Senna. Um, it just depends on what Dante's more afraid of. Is he more afraid of the stacking damage from Vagar being on the board? Is he afraid of having to deal with a lot of darkness coming out from Senna?
Yeah, that's kind of the bet that Dante has to look into. One of the things that I've liked Dante doing, even though it's small chip damage, but he has been able to keep it consistent and putting to a certain degree threatening Jared with low health. Even though Jared is still at a point where he can come back, I think that being able to threaten like this, especially without the bundle tree, may be ideal for Dante.
Mm-hmm. And Dante just pulling even more cards to help deal with clearing Senna and Vagar from Jared's board. The the Scorched Earth coming out means he just has to Pokey Stick and Scorched Earth, and then or he can go for the group shot in Scorched Earth. It looks like he's going for the Pokey Stick angle.
Oh
Wow, and he draws a
no!
Ravenous Flux, so he doesn't even need to use the Scorched Earth now.
Yeah, now countering the Veigar, so pretty much leaving Jared in a spot that it's not the most ideal losing the Veigar and not having an extra Veigar in hand like he had with the Senna. So this can be now very hard for Jared.
Yeah, Dante's just sort of scaled up really, really well and drawn what he actually really needed to shut Jared down, which on unfortunately for Jared is looking very, very grim now because Dante has board. He has still spells to deal with the final Senna that Jared can play. And Dante's already gotten Jared down to 7 health. He only needs to do so much more before he's able to win.
Yeah, now Jared's kind of in the thin like in the thin in a thin line between winning and losing pretty much. He's just a couple of I wouldn't even say a couple of turns. I think like he may just be one turn away from ending up dying. Although if he clears up a couple of these cards, then that may be enough to keep him alive for a couple more turns. But that mini morph is going to be so important, I feel like.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the mini morphs. And I mean, Jared has 2 in his hand, but Dante doesn't really have anything worth mini morphing to play. So it's just going to be a very, very unfortunate next couple of turns for Jared to see how he's able to turn it around. I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to do. Like what can he play? What can he pull from his deck that will allow him to turn this around onto Dante? I just can't really think of anything.
The one thing that may come in handy is the fact that if the bundle tree never comes through, then it may buy enough time, right? Because there's not that much units left, and even if Dante pulls something out, it probably isn't enough damage to be able to threaten. So as long as he doesn't pull the bundle tree, it's not going to be that bad for Jared, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as long as Dante doesn't pull the Bandle Tree, it's not going to be an
Ooh.
instant kill to Jared. But there's still, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess Jared's done a good enough job of clearing board for to be able to not have to worry about dying necessarily immediately, but he still has to worry about the Bandle Tree coming out because that is literally the time bomb, like you mentioned, TDS. Like it's almost to the point where Dante just needs to play it and then wait a turn and then he wins basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it just feels like that, and the minimorph ends up being used as soon as the Veigar was seen. Like because he eliminated the Senas, and as soon as the Veigar was seen, you pretty much can just use it on this. Now Dante doesn't have no more cards, but I don't think that Jared can pull anything more here. Like he may clear the deck, but as long as he's really relying on the bundle tree not being here. Like that's the thing that I feel like Jared is relying on. And there it is.
And
Okay.
there it is.
Yeah.
So Jared was relying on the Vandal Tree not being there, and he has the Extali Sentinel, which could have been the point where he turns it around, but the Vandal Tree is here, and that number 8 means 2 turns. 2 turns Jared has to win the game.
Yeah, I think that he may have a chance with the turn, especially if Jared is if Dante is not able to block one of the good attacks. So there's still a good chance for Jared actually.
I mean, yeah, like this turn it's going to create wow. Uh a
Oh
Xerxes Lurker, I guess. But okay, so Dante actually really lucked out, or excuse me, not Dante. Jared lucked out that the Vandal Tree created a Shreeman card, and Dante pulled a Shreeman card because this could have been worst case scenario, and Dante ended the game this turn. But instead, he does have the potential to try and win next turn. The only downside is that Dante has one more unit to play, as well as the ability to predict, and it's going to potentially be a mini morph. I feel like mini morph is the way to go, just so that you can
yeah,
deny any potential lethal that Jared can somehow muster up.
yeah, it's the best way to like you're saying deny, but now like you're saying the fact that the Shurima was played previously makes it so that Jared at least is not in the worst situation. But I still think that Dante is not in that good of a situation either, even though he pulled out the bundle tree.
He didn't go for he
What
didn't go
is
for the mini morph. He went for
what is
the
the one that
magnifying
he's
loper.
missing? Okay, he
Who?
should have played already bundle, right?
Yeah, Bandle is one of the first ones he plays.
Yeah.
Because that's what all of his cards are. Honestly, it might be this. It might be Targon. I think that's the one thing he was missing. Unless I'm just very very confused.
Keeping track of things is hard.
I know, but he's thinking. I think he's thinking about what he wants to try and pull. I feel like he should just go for the silence and get rid of the lifesteal on the Extali. But yeah, it looks like that's what he's gonna go for. Except maybe he silences the catalyzer. Yeah, I think this is the move. the catalyzer will just make any darkness much more stronger.
Okay, so this is pretty much
It
it,
was
right? Or unless,
Piltover?
yeah, it
Piltover was what it was
was built
missing?
over. Okay,
Wow.
so it's this attack. If he survives this, he pretty much wins. Yeah.
So, yeah, so if he survives this, potentially he wins. He has to survive with more than 5 health. And if I don't think he's going to survive with more than 5 health.
No, the this is 6. If the other one is 5, like I think any
So,
wave he blocks is it's less than 5.
I'm trying to think. I don't know how much damage the darkness does, but he has 4 health. So, yeah, no, this darkness will definitely kill the Nexus. Wait, how did he. Wait, how did he get down to 2?
He was low. He took enough chip damage previously from
Wow.
the last, I think the last 2 turns took enough chip damage, and that's the thing. The
Wow.
bundle, he didn't have the enough turns on the bundle tree, and that's the
Oh
thing
my
with the bundles, right?
gosh. That was the turn.
Yeah,
That was the turn. He actually got so unlucky though. He literally pulled. He literally created a Piltover card. That was the one card he was missing, and just
like legitimately
wow.
one turn, the 1 turn difference where he drew Shurima and it was Shurima. Like it could have been really really close, but that's the kind of thing you play with bundles, with the bundle tree, right? The fact that you have to bet on winning on that turn, and the darkness, even though Senna was in and all, and you didn't have
There's the
enough.
Aloof Travelers. That's the card he needed to win that turn. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
it's so unlucky previously, but I don't know why, but I'm kind of happy that bundle tree lose, just because it just feels kind of bad to have a. I don't like that thing where one card decides the whole destiny of the game. I was never a fan of Exodia, so maybe that's it.
Maybe, but it looks like Dante's off to a much better start now. He has the Piltover, Shurima, and Targon already, and then that's four, right?
Oh, I just realized I have to root for Jared. He's playing dragons. Okay.
It's okay. We can play dragons after the tournament if you want to play dragons. But
I don't
actually
have the
speaking
cards.
it
The
is a
pain.
very expensive deck. Dragons
The
are
pain.
not polite to new players, but
Yeah.
Jared actually off to a very, very good start here. You know, 2 Shyvanas with the Dragon Guard lookout, as well as the Solari Sunforger. Definitely a good position to be in. Um but excuse me. But I don't really know what Dante can do here because Jared's just gonna go for uh the challenge onto one of these units. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is just too early to call for either side.
Yeah, I do think that Gante is kind of not in a bad
Oh
spot, but in a
no.
much harsher spot, just because he doesn't have good enough cards to fill the what is called the field, and that
Mhm.
may be disadvantages for him, especially so early on with the Shivanas that Jared pulled off.
So Jared has to be very, very careful here. I know he has another Shyvana in his hand, but he can't attack this turn, or else he's just setting himself up for a Ravenous Flock to take down the Shyvana. And the Illustrator gonna come out and
Literally.
discard one of these judgments. But so Jared, I know he wants to attack. I know he wants to start leveling up the Shyvana, but he can't risk it. He needs to keep Shyvana in the backline to force Dante to burn cards to clear.
Okay, he does. Oh no, I was thinking he
No.
does seem to think like you enforce the attack just
Like you
to be
just
safe.
saw this. You just saw him spend like 8 cards to clear three Sennas and a Vagar. Like you know he has cards in his hand or his deck that can clear you. You want to save your Shyvana as much as possible. I feel like if you're in this position.
He does. Okay, it's 3 damage if I'm not wrong, right? So he should
Round
be
this one is
able to.
4.
It's 4. Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
I, I,
4.
wa- I was thinking it was 3 for some reason. So yeah, yeah, he loses down the
Unfortunately,
Shivana.
it's
That's
4. Like this is just there's no value. You gained nothing from attacking here with Shyvana. Having her on the backline was more of a threat for you to try and to force you or to have you force Dante to burn spells to clear you, because now you've wasted a sharp sight. You're still gonna get cleared out next turn by the group shot or the buster shot, or well, I guess he didn't pull anything, but there was a couple cards that he could have pulled that are in his deck that could have cleared Shyvana this turn,
Yeah,
and
there's
he
a
literally just saw it happen.
like the surprising, like I think the more surprising is like you're saying, the fact that Dante was really willing with in the previous game he had enough cards to be able to pull this kind of plays. So
He
realistically,
literally
this
he
early
was
on,
willing to blow them all. He was literally
yeah,
just like, all right, I'll just keep clearing.
and this early on, the Shivana getting that extra small damage probably doesn't change that much, right? So it just feels like a huge risk and not that many reward, not that much of a reward.
Exactly. I mean, we did actually just see a Riptide Rex in Dante's potential pull. I feel like that would have been an interesting mood. I want someone to do something crazy. Like I wanted to see the concurrent timelines. That would have been an interesting card. But Riptide Rex, I think, actually would have been very convenient for Dante to provide a lot of like clear and if not clear damage to a lot of the units that Jared's gonna try and pull, because Dante doesn't have a lot of cards that can kill dragons right now. But if the Riptide Rex came out, all of those dragons would potentially be in like trade out range for all of these 2 damage cards that Dante has.
Yeah, it would have been a nice way to neutralize potential damage that would have been done onto Dante, which would be the most kind of ideal situation. I do think that maybe just betting on the cheap damage right now it's not that bad, but the second Shivan already used, and this is going to be a little bit risky because if he doesn't get enough value with this, it may just be detrimental for Jared later on. But he's going to go for the full on attack, or for the attack at least.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the attack, but I mean, again, you can just sort of trade out. I mean, you block with the clockling or the clockworker, what do they call it? And then next turn just double buster shot the Shyvana.
And that's kind of the thing, right? Like Jared, even though he probably knows the potential, he's still going to go for the aggressive plays, which sacrificing the Shivanas early on, it's not that ideal, especially because he already went for one, but gets the damage onto the Nexus pretty much. That's it. Not getting the extra value.
Mm-hmm. So going into turn 7 here, we see the Bandle Commando being pulled from Dante, as well as the Asol from Jared. Now, looking at this, this should be from Jared uh the Eclipse Dragon as a Daybreak card into next turn a 8 cost Asol into an immediate level up.
Yeah, that should be. I won't say it's enough damage, but that should be enough damage to at least threaten lethal in the next 3 turns, right?
I mean, it'll definitely force a board clear, and then you have to try and either turn something around, recreate your board, or summon the Bandle Tree and win in that
Yeah.
amount of time.
So it's one of two options that either require a lot of RNG or that you get yeah, it's two options that require a lot of RNG pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna see Dante do the double Buster shot here, which I think probably should have come out a little sooner, so as to deny the Shyvana level up. But it happens now, and I think now is probably better than never, because you need to clear power off of the board so that so that the Asol cannot just insta level up, which at this point he would if Shyvana stayed behind.
Yeah, that is that it's like you're saying the better it's better now than never to get rid of it. I also like the idea from take away one of the cards from the side of Dante. I think that even though it's not comparable the trade that you're making, it's still better than nothing as well.
Yeah, and like obviously the Vandal City Mayor is the highest value card on Dante's backline. We've been saying that as many times as we could,
Yeah,
but wow, the Asol coming down and the Scourge as one of his predicts, it has to be the Scourge.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah.
it has to be the Scourge. But Crescent Strike coming out, popping the spell shield on Asol. I guess good. I guess that's fine. I mean, there's really no way you kill it, and he's still gonna attack as Aesol to try and up his power to get the level up. Because right now, I think he's 2 or 3 damage shy.
Which he should be getting that in the next turn, I think. Not this one. Yeah. No. So yeah, it's not there yet, but the ASO level up is going to be really, really important for Jared. But I think that
Oh.
Jared, he got
Wait,
the
Dante actually
ooh,
lucked out so hard. He has the aloof travelers. Oh
he
no!
got the level up actually.
Wait, 25. He needs 25 to level up. 11 plus 8 is 19. Plus 4 is 23. Did they change Aesol and I not know? It's 20. I thought it was 25 power.
It's 20 plus.
20. They did change it then.
Yeah.
Because it used to be 25. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a boomer. Doesn't keep up. Production has informed me that it is now 20. So yeah, so Aesol does get the level up. I was about to say Aesol doesn't get the level up here, and Dante has the aloof travelers in his hand. He could have discarded the scourge, and it would have been a game changer. It wouldn't have done. It wouldn't have done enough, maybe, but it would have done a great amount to try and um,
For
delay
Vandal.
Jared's win.
Yeah. But that change actually caught me, even though it caught you out of guard. But it worked perfectly for Jared getting the level up, getting now the extra with the scourge. It should be soon enough, just enough to be able to win this game. Like I
Oh, the mini
don't
morph.
think there's enough. Ooh,
Oh, now the
there's
Scourge
a
is 10
nice.
power again. See, Jared was trying to BM.
Oh,
He needed to know that mini morph is a thing. Now the Scourge is
we
10
saw like we
power.
have seen it enough that they
Yeah.
should respect it, right?
Yeah, like it's literally all day. You know it's there. You see the deck lists. And now you're going to have to spend 10 power to play the Scourge and delete the old Aesol. So sad, so sad.
It's the price you pay for the
He's
VM,
keeping
pretty
the mini
much.
morph.
he want. That's another
He's
way of
making it a
VMing, right?
5/5 mini morph. It's a be a scary one.
Yeah, it's another way to VM, right? Killing you with a minimorph.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what you get for creating a mini morph is you die to the mini
Oh
morph.
no, they are even
The
killing the
Buster
minimorph.
Shot. No. See, but I feel like you killed the other card with Overwhelm. Is that not correct?
uh, yes, I
Oh,
think
wait,
it
I
is.
forgot that it gives them all Overwhelm, so it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be it for Dante. You know, the dragons coming through, the BM by not playing the Scourge, trying to play other cards first, almost biting him in the butt with the mini morph, but Dante able to extremely overkill, uh, extremely overkill that one.
I think he was prepared to win the game with a minimorph anyway. So,
Mhm,
so just adding extra salt to the injury. But I still think that Jared played it really well. The start with the
mhm,
Shyvana kind of scary with the way that he almost kind of sacrificed it to a certain degree. But when the Aurelion Soul came through and he was able to get the level up, it kind of just fell into place. Especially after the Scourge just appeared and he was able to put it
mhm.
there and win the game.
So it really comes down to like identifying your win conditions and identifying where you want to win through, and it really depends on the deck composition, especially for these dragons, whether you're gonna try and win through Shyvana or you're gonna try and win through the Aesol. And the Aesol is obviously the more consistent win condition. The only issue is that it is so late in the game, and
Yeah.
I guess I guess Jared just wasn't concerned. He knew that he wanted to win through Aesol. He knew he could win through Aesol, and he just went for it. And unfortunately, Jared or Dante, excuse me, just didn't pull the Bandle tree.
Yeah, it feels like with this ASO kind of decks, it's a much safer bet to actually depend on the ASO when you know that the enemy depends on the bundle tree, right? Because if he
Mhm.
doesn't pull it and you pull the ASO and you just deal damage, you pretty much can end up winning.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But it's my concern is that like if he had the Bandle tree like and you have to wait to play Aesol, then that's just like a very unfortunate turn of events. But luckily, Jared I think got played really well and saw a really good line in his hand with the the eclipse the daybreak eclipse dragon into the 8 cost Aesol the next turn. to really accelerate his level up into the win there. The Scourge obviously helping that out a lot. If he wasn't able to pull the Scourge through the invoke with the Acel, I think that game probably would have looked a little different.
Yeah, it may have. I think it may have lasted a little bit longer, but I think that he would have been able to threaten in 2 or 3 turns the potential
Hmm.
damage to be able to win the game. And it still depends on if Jared if Dante is able to pull out the Bando tree at the end, right? So it's still not that bad of a situation. I think, like you're saying, the fact that he was able to use the ASO and at 8 cost is probably what made it much more easily for him. Much more
Hmm.
easy.
Yeah, well, what ifs and what could have beens will be the name of that game for Dante. But we will be taking a short break before we move on to the finals for tonight's Legends of Runeterra tournament, brought to you by Runeterra Academy. We'll be taking a short break, so don't leave, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back to the grand finals for tonight's Legends of Runeterra weekly tournament hosted by Runeterra Academy. I am Domcasts, joined as always tonight by TDS. What are you looking forward to? We're going to the next match.
Yep, we have the grand finals already between Keiko, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well, sorry, and Jared that we saw in the previous round. And I think they have kind of some similarities here and there, but I noticed what I think Keiko, yeah, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Keiko is running a Rek'Sai Pike deck. It's not something that I've seen that much, but I did see one of those yesterday. I'm not sure if it's strong or not, but it seems interesting to me, and I would like to see how it works.
So the Rek'Sai Pike deck is a remnant of the Empire's Ascended expansion, the previous expansion that came out for Legends of Runeterra, and during that time it was a fairly strong deck. There wasn't really a lot of counterplay just because there wasn't really a lot of play to begin with from the lurker deck. It was sort of just you fill your deck with units, you play the units as they come into your hand, and you just constantly attack as many times as you can, and eventually you have 10 power 1 cost units that you're summoning onto the board, or you have Pike that's basically one shotting every single unit on the other person's board. So with that said, it has fallen off a fair amount. Other cards have come into the game that can sort of counteract it. People have learned what is good against it, primarily Sejuani, being able to frostbite otherwise
Most of the
extremely weak
attacks.
cards. Yeah. So it's
Okay.
fallen off a fair amount, but it's still very strong. And if you don't know what you're going to do up against it, or if you don't have a deck that can play into it, you're not going to do too well. And it's likely that it's just been banned by Jared.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense to a certain degree. Like you're saying, it's a deck that you probably have to plan out against, and I think that it's the safer bet to just ban it away. Especially because I think the other one that is the Sedge GP from Kakyoin. I think that Jared has better decks for that than for the Pike Rek'Sai.
And the we will be starting off with a Bandle Tree versus Darkness deck from Keikoin and Jared respectively. Uh Pretty good start I think from both team or both players. I think the Twisted Catalyzer early is a really good pickup. The Bandle City Mayor and the Poppy early is a really good pickup. um Hydrovine would be cool. That'd be fun to see.
I think that I love Travelers probably work a little bit better, right? Like I like the Hydra,
No,
but I think I
it's
love
Aloof
Travelers.
Travelers. Aloof Travelers is the
Yeah,
card you need to go because that's what's broken. But Hydrovine would be
that's
fun to
what's
watch.
broken.
I mean,
That sound of disappointment in the card, like it's broken, but
and it used to be so much worse. It used to be 3-4. So
but
moving
luckily,
on.
yeah, luckily they changed it, and we can, and now it's a little bit better, worse than before.
It's a little bit worse than before, and they nerfed the Bandle City Mayor, which used to be a 2 cost to 3 cost, which I mean is doing a fair amount, but still interesting that he. Well, I guess that was the only thing he could really go for is this turn is to play the Bandle City Mayor since everything else is a 4 cost at least. But he does have to watch out because eventually the Veigar is going to come out and the Senna is going to come out, and this time Jared doesn't have to worry about an insane amount of clear spells
Yeah.
since this is a Bandle City Demacia, not Bandle City Noxus.
Yeah, so at least not having to worry about the potential just clear. And I also think that Jared this time around had a better potential draw with now having the Senna and the Vigor not having that accumulated quantity of Sennas. So this feels a little bit much safer of a bet to go for as a draw. And I think that, like you're saying, the fact that there's not that many ways to clear it just makes him feel, or just at least makes it seem that he's in a way better spot as well.
And the Twisted Catalyzer from Jared, still pulling those out is actually so valuable because it forces Kakyoin to take that card off the board. Because if it gets more than one attack off, if it gets any attack off, that's such good value for a Darkness player. Because one damage is one damage, but if you get enough of those stacking up, which is the whole point of the deck, it adds up to a lot. So Kakyoin making the right move to sacrifice the Bandle City Mayor there, I think. moving forward. But unfortunately, the Vagar is now on the board, and there's not really a way to clear it, especially with the the concerted strikes being a 7 cost.
Yep, I think that like you're saying, the fact that now Jared just kind of can protect himself to a certain point and not have to worry about later on. He's just going to keep on having this Veigar stack it and then be able to deal so much damage with the darkness. Five that like he already cleared the Poppy away. The Poppy didn't get that much damage, that much value if he ends up
Hmm.
happening.
And Keiko's going to use his other concerted strike that hasn't been pranked yet to clear off this Vagar. It's really the only way that he has clear in this deck for Keiko is these strike cards. But the Sen is going to come out next turn, and the Sen is going to be just as much of a threat as the Vagar. And Jared still has another Twisted Catalyzer in his hand. He's going to have so much damage from this Senna.
Yeah, I like that. Like Jared had, I think, played it slowly well to make it so that Veigar was a worrying factor, but he now will be able to even put much more power with the Senna and the Catalyzer, like you're saying. So getting a lot of value out of this. Maybe not obviously in this turn. There's no chance to play both, but it's still a really strong and another Veigar pulled out as well. So setting
Mm-hmm.
himself up really well for the next turn.
So I think this move, the play is to play the Senna, create a darkness, use a darkness, attack again with Senna, create another darkness, just so that you can try to level up the Vagar with a bunch of spell damage and level up the Senna by killing units with spells. But it looks like I am just losing my mind and I should not make predictions because every time I do, the opposite happens.
Yeah, like I think that from now on, whenever you call an action, I'm going to call the opposite one to see if I'm right.
Yeah,
Probably end up
you
working.
can look smart.
The noob beating the veteran player. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, nah, it's okay. I mean, anything can happen right now, but he's I mean, yeah, like the one thing that Jared has is that he knows that the only one of the clear spells that Kekun has is 7 cost, and there's no units on the board that can force the Vagar to die, especially since Kekun only has 7 mana to begin with. But here we see the darkness coming out, which does 5 damage, and the Vile Feast to make sure that the Curious Shellfolk cannot do any damage. And it goes back to the same thing. Like the Curious Shellfolk is insane. If a prank or something gets onto one of the darknesses that's in Jared's hand, that just means you now have a darkness in your own hand.
Yeah, and that's also why we see the deletion of the shelf folk, and we also saw the potential that the shelf folk had that the shelf folk had in a previous game, right? Like it just continuously pulled cards, and even without the main win condition, it was able to create so much power that it didn't matter. So I think I like the way that Jared just deleted immediately, trying to get full value. And darkness with the Vagar still being here, the darkness will still continue to stack. Although there may be a chance that it may get the delete in one of in the next turn spot. I think right now Jared's in such a good spot.
Yeah, Jared actually is in an amazing spot. Um, basically almost exclusively off the fact that he made one of the concerted strikes a 7 cost spell, making it basically impossible to use, especially since Keiko keeps trying to summon units and they keep getting cleared by Jared. Now we're looking at this prank, and it was either the wither or the siphon or the draw. And I can't remember what he chose, but it looks like it was an option that wasn't +2 cost.
I
I'm
thought
not
it
really
was a
sure.
draw. I actually thought it was a draw. That was the hidden pathways actually. That
Mhm.
was the +2, but maybe I'm just blind.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to read what the effect was. I thought it would just be a +2 since it was a spell, but we do see the concerted strikes coming out as well as the stress defense to make sure that the Vagar can stick around for now. But moving forward, the Vagar are just creating more and more value, more and more great stuff for Jared's hand. Now he's gonna go for the Senna here. Makes a lot of sense. Creates a darkness in hand, so now he's able to play this one and then attack, have another darkness, not be able to play it since it is still a 3 cost card. He hasn't been able to play any of his road makers.
Yeah, that is kind of the best thing for Kekrin, the fact that even though the not the star spot, the situational line for Jared, he's not able to fully take full advantage of it because of the darkness.
Mm-hmm. And now we see the Loof Travelers come out, destroying one of those Destin Adas. And I think that's probably the best thing that could have happened for Kekkoin, just because, like we saw earlier in the night, a Destin Ada transforms that darkness into an AoE spell, effectively dealing the amount of darkness damage to every unit on the opposing board. So definitely a good start for Keikoin to try and turn this game back around.
Yeah, you ideally don't want to suffer just getting destroyed by that potential AOE darkness, but still, I still like Jared's chances with it. Even though the Veigar ends up getting destroyed, I like the attempt to get it out as fast as possible to not let it scale. And now, if I'm not wrong, there's still just one
Wait,
Veigar now in the deck from Jared.
did I? I guess I just didn't read. Wait, am I missing something? Where is Lux in these? Oh, I guess I'm just missing something. I forgot to read Keikoin's deck lists, but I was like, wow, Lux, that's interesting. I thought he was running a different Bandle City deck, but no. Looking at how this game is going to play out, the Radiant Guardians, um, I think is a good place to start. Obviously, you have to wait till something dies this round to get like the value out of the card, but that's still a really good position to be in to keep gaining this health back. Because if Jared's able to find another Vagar, then he's gonna be able to start targeting these darknesses onto the Nexus.
And at that point, yeah, at that point it would be Jared getting the actual body that he wants from his deck. I'm kind of surprised that you confused the Radiant Guardian with Lux, but I do think that the Radiant Guardian it's going to get good enough value at least to also keep the help from Keko into a good spot at least as well.
I mean, it's still anyone's game. Keikoin's doing a really good job at stalling this out and trying to clear the board, clear Jared's board so he can stay alive. Um, I'm just kind of concerned now looking at the
Where's
actual
the
deck
actual Lux?
list since I'm not confused anymore. Like, how do you win this without Poppy? Like, how do you win this without having those big buff ups or those big attacks? Especially when all Jared really wants to do is sit back and kill stuff with darkness until it's time for Vagar to come out and you one shot the Nexus.
Yeah, that sentiment of being able to delay, even though it has been done well by Kekkoin, it just feels like it's not enough of a delay yet because
Mm-hmm.
like you're saying the pop is going to be fundamental here. But one also good thing that I've seen that I think Coin is going it has going for him is that not a lot of units have been killed that so that you can get also the level up from the Senna, not only the one from Veigar, so not losing a lot of value as well.
Mm-hmm. So definitely something to look for going forward in this match. I mean, right now both players just taking their time to think, really debating what they want to do. Kakewin with a bunch of units in his hand and and Jared with a bunch of spells. I think that what you want to try and do is get these something out on the board. I mean, the Lux potentially close to leveling up. You should be able to play the Lux and then have the have the the wow, the Lux spell to clear out the
The final
the
spark,
Senna,
I think
the
it
final
is.
spark. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I mean, I'm just curious here.
Now at least Jared gets the level up from the Senna, so getting I think at least getting good value out of that drain, clearing a little bit of the board. But I think that he hasn't gotten that much damage with darkness either, right? I think one was denied and the other one didn't get that much damage, so not getting yet the level up from the Veigar.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, that's probably the biggest drawback right now for Jared is that like he has the leveled up Senna, he has like the darkness generation like ready. He just needs that Vagar so that he has something to be able to deal damage to the Nexus with.
Yeah,
And
that's a oh,
see, this is
Stormy Shadow.
confusing. He's gonna blow the dawning shadow, but he has a missed call. He can just let this go through.
Yeah, potentially it wouldn't be, but I think that does work out to save the Senna. So maybe it does eventually. If he gets the Veigar, I think soon enough, then I think it does actually end up finding value, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he does find the Vagar,
Yeah, like that's the caveat.
yeah,
If he
if he
does
does
end up
find the
getting
Vagar.
blood.
But here comes the Poppy, and it still doesn't matter because there's a darkness in Jared's hand that's going to do 8 damage or something to the Poppy. So it's it's really just unfortunate. And now the Destin Ada in hand as well is going to do an AoE of the next darkness that's played if he decides to play it now, which I don't think he should because he still has a darkness to play. He wants to get the maximum value, maximum efficiency, which is to not have a darkness in hand when you play Destin Ada. But really, there's not much else to do. I mean, I guess Jared can go for the hidden pathways, go for the draw. Instead, he's going to go for the Destin Ada.
Which I don't think, like you're saying, it probably would have been like you get the much more value out of this Aneta without darkness there, but at the same time you're getting because it nullifies the darkness. I was 8 cost previously, if I'm not wrong, because of the prankster. So you do get now at least good value because now it's 0 darkness, and maybe you can use it to level up later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
And
mean,
now
or
it
you can
does.
just use it right now, but
Yeah,
I mean, it's only going to kill the Loper, and then like you still have a Lux on the board, and the Lux barrier would have gone away next turn anyways. So I guess that's something, but yeah, just gonna go
yes.
for a full open here from Jared, which makes a lot of sense because you do have lethal, and it forces the Lux to block someone.
Ideally, it does. It is a ideal the DL pick here to block the Desinata. Although now he also gets the second. Oh wait,
Yeah, I don't know what Keikoin's looking here for, but you have to block
should be
Desinata
Desinata.
or
Yeah.
the or the Senna, or else you basically just die. But yeah, I think this honestly is just Jared's game, and we're just waiting for it to end because there's really nothing Keikoin can do with these cards. Like he's just already so far behind. Jared has so much setup with the darkness, and then like
Yeah,
everything
then
he
the next
plays is just
darkness.
gonna have something cleared immediately.
Yeah, the value. I think even though the I think Keikoin did a good job with deleting the Veigar as soon as he could, try and stop the potential sacking. Like the way the Senna, the way that Jared played with the Senna and then got the value with the darkness was so effective overall. And the Poppy, which I think you talked about being one of the most important cards, I think came way too late and didn't get the value that it probably could have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
There's,
Um,
yeah, I think that's a lot.
yeah,
That's a bigger.
there's nothing really else to say about this game. The Vagar is here now. Vagar levels up as soon as it's played. Or at least it should. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to really happen here. Keikoin's just stalling out, and yeah, we see the Shen hand sign probably gonna hopefully put us out of our misery. But yeah, here's the surrender.
The
Um,
slow burn.
Unfortunate. Yeah, slow burn, man. Definitely not the best game to start off with for the finals, but a game nonetheless. And Jared coming out pretty confidently. Just had to wait out enough to actually just win the game, but there really was no way for him to fall behind, much less of like ruinationing himself. But aside from that,
Yeah, apart from that.
first a good first start for Jared, getting a win with the Darkness deck, the deck that we saw him um or someone try to play earlier that didn't go too well, and
Yeah,
we
it
are going to
was
move
hard for that
yeah,
particular deck.
but we're
Ooh.
going to go immediately into game 2, and we're going to see your dragon deck come out actually.
Yeah, but against Sedge Spike, so it could be really good or really, really bad. It's going to be at least fun to see. I think Keiko in with this deck has a. I don't want to say a better chance in comparison to last because last was really kind of determined by by certain cards that change things. But I think with the Sejuani potential freeze, it can just be so bad for Jared.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit before we got into the game, which is like the dragon decks are really strong, but the Sejuani levels up or potentially before you can even get the dragon deck really rolling. And once that happens, then the Sejuani just keeps shutting down whenever you try to attack with the dragons.
Yeah, so now we will need to see how Jared decide. Well, not decides, but tries to play around it. And if the Kikkoin is able to get one of those Sejuanis to be leveled up and is strong enough to be able to stop those assaults from the dragon, because the Sejuani needs to come out. If it doesn't come out, like there it is. Yeah, if it doesn't come out, it could be bad for Kikkoin. But with the Sejuani already there, like it's just a matter of time before he gets that frost to stop the attacks.
Hmm. And looking at Kekuin's hand, he has the dread, but he has two of the black market merchants, which is a really good place to be if he, especially with this turn with the plunder already coming out. Unfortunately, both the dragon chows getting picked up by the Shyvana, already putting her at I think 11 out of 12 damage that she needs, or maybe 10 out of 12 damage.
I think it is 11, but yeah, close to. It is 12, 12, 12, 12.
But either way, this attack will level her up no matter what. And realistically, there's nothing that can be done for Keikoin to try and deny this. He can only block the 8 damage that's about to come through. And this just goes to show how strong that ruined Dragon Guard is that we saw get cleared out immediately the last time it tried to be get or tried to get played as because of how much value it provides. And yeah, 11-10 Dragon turn 5, I think. Yeah, pretty strong.
Yeah, yeah, already getting getting a lot of value of this uh, Shivana to get her evolution so early on. And I think that, like you're saying, the last time we saw this, the Dragon Guard was so early on out that it didn't allow that much for the Shivana or any other champion really to get value. But this time around, gets full on value, provides for the Shivana, and the Shivana being this strong this early on, it's really good for Jared. But Keiko, I think that Keiko still has good cards in hand to be able to deny the potential from the Shivana as well. I think that it's going to be much more fundamental to get the ASL right.
Hmm. No, exactly. And it's it's gonna be interesting because Keiko definitely has a good hand. He stole some pretty good cards from Jared and with the Solari Soulforger and the Solari Priestess and and creating the twin sisters. I mean, there's not much better you could ask for as far as Keikoin's deck goes because the elusive is gonna give you a free frostbite for whenever you want to attack with Sejuani, and then the twin sisters being able to heal any damage that you want to let through.
Yeah, there's still no sign of the ASL, so there's still perfect opportunities for Kikuin to go through, and he does go now for the Sujani, getting the frost onto the Shivana. So denying the Shivana like we were talking about.
Yeah, so it gets the frostbite and the vulnerable onto the Shyvana, but unfortunately, there's really no way to like kill Shyvana this turn if you're Keikoin. I mean, maybe you can go for the challenge into like single combat, but you need to be really careful because there's a bunch of cards in Jared's hand that can provide health to or to the Shyvana, excuse me. And I mean, one of those being the wishing or the sharp sight. You really need to go for the Fury of the North, but unfortunately, you don't have enough mana for that. So you're just gonna do 5 damage to the Shyvana and not really gain anything for it.
I do like the attack onto Dragon Guard to take it out of the way. I think that that's one of the better cards you should look into taking out as soon as you can. And it is still is going to be a little bit of cheap damage onto the Nexus, but like you're saying, the Shivana doesn't get that affected. She gets frosted, so she loses the attack, but realistically, she's not going to lose that much.
Yeah,
Use
she's
a
gonna
burst.
lose. Hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say the burst to try and protect the dragon,
The Herald
the
of
dragon
Dragons.
priestess. Yeah, the herald dragons. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, it's interesting to try and save the Herald of Dragons. I mean, I don't really see that much point in it because next turn you're going to be able to summon the Eclipse Dragon no matter what, whether you have the Priestess out or the Herald of Dragon out or not. Look at that, you got me saying now. Um, but yeah, we'll see the single combat come out from Keikoin trying to finish off the Shyvana, but like we already saw one sharp stick come out, there's still two more as well as a heal card to make sure that nothing can happen to this Shyvana. And if you are Jared, I feel like you're gonna burn whatever you can to make sure that nothing happens to this Shyvana.
Yep, and that seems to be the case pretty much. Just burning the sharp side already. And I don't think he's going to burn a second one. No, he's
I feel like I would go for the heal first, or
instead. Okay, so he went for the sharp side and instead going for the fight. Oh, okay.
I guess more damage down onto the Sejuani. But like, you want to have more health going down on the Sejuani. Like, you want to be able to survive attacking the Sejuani. You don't want to be able to deal more damage to her now. I feel like that's the angle he should have gone for. But
Yeah, kind of putting himself in a risky situation, but potentially just thinking that he may get much more value with the next attack now.
mm-hmm.
Which with the Eclipse Dragon that may be through.
Yeah, I mean, the Eclipse Dragon coming out is going to be definitely a good attack. I mean, he's gonna have 20 damage, give or take, 19 damage, excuse me. Or no, yeah, he's gonna have 21 damage if he attacks with all three. But he will be able to. But Kikwan will be able to block a fair amount of it. And granted, with the Shyvana losing 3 of her health, you can no longer Fury of the North to survive blocking the Eclipse Dragon with Shyvana. But there's just so many other questions I have. Like, the Shyvana can't attack. Like, she's gonna be
Yeah,
at she'll be at 14-4, but you have to you have to deal with the Shyvana. You can't let the Shyvana block the Shyvana or the Szechuan. You can't let the Shyvana block the Shyvana. Excuse me. Or else the Shyvana's just dead.
I think that the risk here for Jared
Oh
may be a little
no!
bit. Oh,
No, he tossed 2 monster harpoons. That's what he was looking for with the jettison or the salvage. Wow, so
that's the
unfortunate.
unluckiness.
What are the odds that 2 monster harpoons are right next to each other when you decide to go for the salvage?
That's the thing. That's the thing with with RNG based games. The luck is never in your side, and sometimes
Oh
it just feels
man,
like
I
that.
I don't know what I would do if I was Keikoin right now. I'd probably be so tilted I'd just forfeit the game. Like, watching both of my monster harpoons disappear, like, sheesh.
And a play that you forced yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a play that he forced, but like, it's honestly potentially the right play, but I don't know. I mean,
Because realistically, you don't like you're saying you don't expect two of them to be so perfectly
mhm.
aligned for you to discard like that.
Not just back to back, but like the top 2 cards in your deck.
It's plain and lucky, pretty much. So there's
Or excuse me, tosses from the bottom of your deck.
yeah.
So I guess you're never getting them anyways, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, we're gonna see the Shyvana and the Sejuani trade out. I feel like there would have been a way for, or should have been a way for the Sejuani or the Shyvana to live. Um, but maybe not since there's no mana left. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
looking
think that
forward.
Jared tried to as much as with the mana that he had as much as he could to save
Hmm.
the Shyvana, but it was sadly not enough. Still think that he was able to burn through through the Sejuani, even though there's a second Sejuani there. So he tried, but now the situation with the Gangplank and the Sejuani being there, it can be really detrimental for Jared.
Yeah, Jared's actually in a lot of trouble here now. He still does not have the Ace Soul. He still does not have the another Shyvana or anything to really build out this late game that he needs. And like you mentioned, Keikoman has the Sejuani, he has the Dreadway, which and a Gangplank, so he can make sure that he has a lot of these cards that he needs to scale into the late game. And it's almost the tables are turned. I mean, we saw Cake or Jared get a couple big hits in, get a lot of trade outs and damage off, but now that Keikoman has really the cards that he needs to win, then it's really just becoming an unfortunate turn of events for Jared.
Yeah, which with the Shyvana, I think that that's why trying to get that extra health of the Shyvana was so detrimental. Now looking at hindsight, if he had that extra health that he used to clear one of the units, then maybe he survives, and he has it here to be able to fight much more effectively against the Sejuani and the potential Gangplank.
Yeah, so I think he made a really good play here with challenging the already frostbit uh the already frostbit Eclipse Dragon early and forcing the one that had not been frostbit to defend. But then the Sejuani leveled up mid attack and then frostbit the resulting or the remaining dragon. So being able to save both of his or all of his cards really.
Yeah, making turning the situation around with that level up. Well, I think that also consider a good consideration by Keiko into to play around that potential level up, which ended up working for him. And now trying to force an attack from Jared. He does have the dragons, but he's going to end up losing one of the two.
Yeah, he's going to lose at least one of them. I mean, I feel like I would have gone for the defense with Sejuani on the one that has 4 health and gone for a Make It Rain to Frostbite cards, but maybe that's just a little bit too much. But here we're gonna see the Overwhelm come through, and yeah, now we have the Make It
Make it
Rain.
rain.
So definitely the smart play from Keikoin to actually think this through and hold on to it for uh Jared to commit more to this attack.
Yeah, wanting to try and
Oh
salvage as much as
no!
possible with this.
Wait, this is it. This is the end. The Concerted Strike
Ooh,
kills Sejuani, denies the Frostbite, and this is the end of the game because there's going to be no Frostbite. They all have Overwhelm, and this is going to be more than enough lethal damage for Jared to win the game.
Jared pulling through with the dragons. That's what you love to see.
Wow! Wow!
That
Wow!
that I think that was I don't want to say it because I don't know much, but I think that was a greatly called bait to pull out the potential make it rain and then using the I don't remember the name of the card, but using the card to be able to now pull through the overwhelm with the dragons because it seemed like it was just a kind of desperation attack with with just wanting to discard one of the dragons and then instead turns into a game winning attack. Pretty surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't even realize that the Cross Dragons eggs gave you Overwhelm, and I saw that I was like, okay, wait, this is a game changer. But they still have the Make It Rain. But I completely missed the fact, like trying to think of through like the Overwhelm that Jared still had the Concerted Strike. So definitely a really good play from from Jared there to take that one home and actually
Yeah.
very handily like play that one out. I mean, definitely good for the patience to wait for the Make It Rain to come out to try and frostbite that attack and
I was
baiting it
ready for
out
a
with
game three,
the overwhelm.
honestly.
Yeah, I was
Honestly.
I was mentally preparing for another game, but Jared able to pull it out.
Yep, and really congratulations for Jared to be able to pull it through. I'm not
Hmm.
sure if we're beginning now, but we do have an interview with the winner of the tournament. So as soon as he wants to talk, but congratulations, Jared. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for
So,
oh
oh, sorry. You start, TDS. You start.
yeah, I don't have a problem. But just for starters, like one of the things we do have these tournaments weekly and all that, but obviously out of a 64 player bracket, it's not easy to win. So how do you feel after being able to win and winning the final 2-0? I think that this was I'm not sure how the bracket followed, but most of your game wins were 2-0. So how does it feel to be able to take it home at the end?
Yeah, it feels kind of crazy. My heart's racing so much right now. I too old the whole way through, and it kind of blows my mind because I really wasn't expecting too much, but here we are.
Yeah, it's a really great show. I mean, we saw two of your matches back to back, and looking at all your decks, you've been running Darkness, Shyvana Aesol, Fizz Teemo, Poppy. Out of those three, which one did you run that felt was pretty much a free win?
Hmm. I'll say Darkness. It's been one of my specialty decks since the expansion dropped, and I always feel confident bringing Darkness into a tournament setting. The games always get pretty close, but that's just kind of the nature of the deck. Uh, I just kind of
Hmm.
trust myself to pilot through and take it out, take the win.
Yeah, all of those decks that kind of rely on you to scale up feel like they're cutting it close to the wire.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy that you bring up the darkness being one of here. I prefer the dragons ones because I like dragons overall, but I like that you bring up the darkness because both of the matches that we saw from you were kind of in a situation where darkness was not. Not going to say that kind of a bad start or anything like that, but were situations where darkness seemed like they could have been much more in a difficult situations, but you were able to pull it through and even win without having to depend so much on the main win conditions of those decks.
Yeah, Darkness actually has like a lot of routes you can take, and it all really just relies on you trying to scale up that darkness just a little bit and make it to that mid late game where you can start like holding up a darkness, and you're just constantly threatening to remove your opponent's next biggest creature. So you get this kind of like cat and mouse game where they're super afraid to play their cards because they know you have a darkness in hand, and they're like, well, even if I bait it, he might just play another darkness generator, go again. It's just got a lot of different routes you can take. Ton of fun. Definitely my favorite deck right now.
Great to hear.
All right, so I don't know if you've watched any of the broadcasts, but I've been pretty vocal about my dislike for this for this patch. What are your thoughts on the changes to this patch? What do you like? What do you not like?
Well, I was a super big Draven Scion player, and it did hurt seeing Draven go down to 2 health for me. I didn't feel like that was the way to nerf the deck because it still
Mm-hmm.
feels pretty powerful. I just kind of made one of my favorite champions a bit worse, which sucks. But overall, dragons is like super cool. Like that's definitely the best part of this recent patch. Like just dragons coming back into the game because I've never played with them being this powerful before, and it's just kind of like whoa, it's a mid-range deck with so much game in the late game. It's kind of ridiculous because you can have those explosive starts with the Herald of Dragons into Shyvana for an early lead, but then you can also just like play it slow, play your Eclipse Wyverns into Aurelian Souls, and just try and get the win with Celestials. I think I've done both today, so it's just kind of cool to show it off.
Yeah, the
Definitely a
last
cool
one.
deck.
Yeah, especially now that you bring it up, the last one kind of caught us by surprise how you ended up winning everything because we were watching and we were kind of in that moment when the frostbites came through and the Shivana was dead and just the Celestials were dead. We pretty much were thinking like it's probably going to be harder now for Jared and it's probably going to be with the GP that was at hand. I'm pretty sure you didn't know, but the GP that was at hand it's going to be the win for Keiko win and going to a game 3, but you pulled it off really effectively and caught us by surprise, honestly, how you ended up winning.
Yeah, that last game was the toughest one I played this entire
Mm-hmm.
tournament. I got this huge Shyvana early on, and I thought that was going to be the way I'd take it down. But then just the Sejuanis both coming down like on turn 6 and then turn 8, uh, just really shut down what I wanted to do because it doesn't matter how high attack power I have when you're frostbitten. So
Mm-hmm.
uh, I I wasn't really thinking too much. I know I had a couple outs left when my turn got back around. I knew I was dead to a what is it called, a warning shot, which they play like 2 or 3 of. So I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
odds aren't in my favor, but I still do have a line here with the overwhelmed dragons because he left 2 of them up with like a couple HP left, and I'm like, well, doesn't matter how much HP they have, they can get through and end the game. So yeah, I got pretty lucky there. Shout out to my opponent in the finals. He was really good, and man, that was a really tough game.
Yeah, well, once again, congratulations, Jared, on taking it all home. I mean, it must feel really good to be able to make it all the way. Congratulations once again. Any final thoughts that you want to give the cast?
Heimerdinger is OP, best champion on the patch. That's all I have to say.
All right. All right. All right. Well, thank you again, Jared. Any last thoughts, TDS?
Mm, I think thank you for having me for the first tournament. It was really fun finally getting to casting from Terra. I've been putting it off a couple of weeks. I was supposed to originally begin casting with the first tournament, but I had to put it off because I wasn't comfortable enough yet to feel like I was good enough for casting. But it was really fun. It's fun finally being able to jump onto another game that it's not just League of Legends.
Yeah, well, it's been an absolute pleasure with you on the cast, TDS. Once again, thank you for coming in for the interview, Jared. Once more, my name is Domcast. I've been here with TDS all night, giving you the weekly Legends of Runeterra tournament action brought to you by Runeterra Academy. Thank you all for tuning in. Congratulations again, Jared, for winning it all. Have a good night. We'll see you next time.
breaking through. You feel me too. I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through?